The cold of northern Alaska is not merely a temperature. It is a profound, engulfing presence. A silence so complete it seems to press physically against the eardrums. In the town of Iliamna, this silence was the familiar background hum of existence. It was the sound of air too cold to carry distant noise, the sound of snow absorbing all frantic human effort. On the morning of October 17th, the light arrived late and weak, a pale gray diffusion through air thick with crystalline fog. It was the kind of morning where the world felt held, suspended between one breath and the next. Inside the cabins and prefabs clustered near the frozen bay, the smells were rich and comforting. Dark, roasted coffee beans, bacon crackling in thick cast iron, the dry scent of burning birch logs in the stove. The sound of life was a soft internal murmur, the click of a thermostat, the shifting weight of a sleeping dog, the mechanical whir of a refrigerator built to withstand the long dark. Sheriff Ben Carter had been awake since 5 a.m., a habit forged by 20 years of watching over a town that sometimes felt like a solitary sentinel on the edge of the known world. He sat at his kitchen table, the formica cool even through the tablecloth, watching the tiny plume of steam curl from his mug. His heavy parka lay draped over the back of the chair, already smelling faintly of wood smoke and old diesel. Outside, the world was a study in soft, muted textures, the powdery snow clinging to the spruce branches, the smooth, dark ice of the road under a fresh dusting of white. Iliamna was small, just 142 registered residents. Everyone knew everyone, and the primary link to the outside world, to Anchorage, to the comforting chaos of the lower 48, was the radio. A bank of radios, actually. VHF for the boats on the bay, even if frozen, the police frequency, and the critical single sideband frequency used for civilian communications and scheduled weather reports. For Carter, the radio was the pulse of the town, the one guarantee that they were still connected, still relevant, still heard. He reached for his coffee, the chipped ceramic warm against his palm. His routine was sacrosanct. Listen to the 6:05 a.m. weather report, then check in with the few early risers, the lighthouse keeper, the dispatcher in the next county over. Sometimes just a quiet confirmation that the link was live. The receiver on the kitchen counter, a robust, older model with glowing orange readouts, was already tuned to the correct frequency. The time rolled past 6:05 a.m. Carter waited. Nothing. Just a low, static hiss. He frowned, tapping the side of the unit. The equipment was rugged, built to endure, but the Alaskan freeze could be capricious. A quick check of the external antenna cable was probably needed. He stood up, stretching his shoulders, the floorboards groaning a soft protest beneath his worn boots. This was the texture of his life. Small, manageable mechanical failures against a backdrop of immense, uncaring wilderness. He walked over to the police band receiver, a newer unit with a harsh green screen, set up on a small workbench. He flipped the switch. Instead of the usual faint intermittent chatter, the distant background noise of bureaucracy and emergency, there was nothing but the steady, unchanging sibilance of static. It was too clean, too regular. It lacked the life of true interference. It was the sound of a link not just broken, but surgically severed. Carter paused, the steam from his mug cooling rapidly in the air. This was unusual. Both systems, entirely independent, should not have failed simultaneously. He tried the Coast Guard channel. Silence. He tried the regional weather band, a frequency that almost never failed. The same hollow, unvarying hiss. It was as though all the voices of the outside world, the millions of scattered signals that affirmed the existence of civilization, had simply retreated, leaving behind a perfect vacuum of noise. It wasn't that the radio was broken. It was that the entire world had stopped speaking. He felt a curious shift in the atmosphere of his kitchen. The smells of coffee and bacon suddenly seemed too loud, too aggressive against the backdrop of this unnatural technological silence. He walked to the window, pulling aside the thick curtain. The fog was slightly thicker now, an opaque white curtain drawn across the main street. He could just make out the dark silhouette of the general store across the way. No lights were on yet, but that wasn't unusual. Carter pulled on his parka, the synthetic shell stiff and cold against his skin. The heavy scent of pine from the logs he had brought in last night was sharply present. He decided to drive to the station house. The radio gear there was more powerful, connected to a dedicated generator, and could punch through almost anything. If that equipment was silent, then the problem was not local, and that, in this remote corner of the world, carried a specific, primal form of dread. Stepping outside, the cold hit him with the physical weight of a heavy curtain. The air was still, utterly still. There was none of the usual soft rustle of wind over the frozen bay, no distant sound of a snowmobile starting up. This was the deep frozen quiet that Alaska reserved for its most isolated moments. The fog seemed to intensify the silence, creating a bubble around him, muffling his own footfalls as he crunched through the fresh powder on his short walk to the truck. He started the engine. The diesel grumbled to life with a loud, mechanical violation of the pervasive stillness. He let it idle, the thick, hot exhaust billowing out and instantly condensing into a massive, choking cloud of white vapor. The truck lights cut two weak cones into the gray fog. Driving toward the station house, he instinctively reached for the police mic mounted next to the steering wheel, intending to put out a general local call. He stopped, his fingers hovering over the cold plastic. The effort was pointless. The whole town was a radio island now. The station house was empty, the air inside smelling of stale paper and gun oil. He went straight to the communications room. The main receiver, a tall, imposing rack of equipment usually humming with power, was strangely quiet. The green status lights were all glowing, indicating power was flowing. He checked the dials, ran a diagnostics test. Everything was nominal. Yet when he switched to the primary civilian broadcast frequency, the one that carried the Anchorage news and music, the noise of ordinary life, he heard only that same meticulously maintained hiss. It was a sound that suggested the universe had simply run out of information to transmit. It wasn't the violent failure of a system. It was the soft, almost polite cessation of all external data. Carter's hand drifted to his jaw, his thumb rubbing roughly over the stubble there. This wasn't a weather event. This wasn't a sunspot. This was complete total regional silence, and the silence was far too quiet. He picked up the old landline phone on the desk, the last analog link, a physical copper wire running over miles of tundra. He lifted the receiver. No dial tone, just a dead, flat emptiness. The line was truly cut, not busy, not ringing, just gone. The copper wire, the last lifeline, was severed. Microhook. When all the wires went cold, the people of Iliamna realized their geography had become a trap. A shiver, deeper than the Alaskan cold, ran down his spine. This was the point where the technical problem ended and the psychological unease began. Iliamna was isolated, but never this absolutely cut off. The simultaneous failure of radio, landline, and backup radio suggested a localized event of massive, improbable scope or something far more deliberate. He sat at the desk, the heavy leather of his winter gloves squeaking softly as he leaned forward. He decided to conduct a sweep of the town, just a quick drive. Someone else might be awake, might have a working CB radio, might be able to offer a technical explanation. He needed to hear a human voice that was not his own, a voice not trapped in the rising silence. He drove slowly down the main artery, the fog now swirling and thickening, lending the morning a surreal underwater quality. The streetlights left on through the night were weak, blurry halos in the mist. As he passed the houses, he looked for movement. Usually by 6:30 a.m., there would be a plume of chimney smoke from the early risers, maybe a light clicking on in a kitchen. He saw chimney smoke, yes. Thin, steady trails of white against the gray sky. He saw lights on, too. A lamp left on in Mrs. Petrov's front window, casting a warm, buttery glow. A porch light still burning at the general store. The sign outside the diner, "Open," was illuminated, a ghostly affirmation in the fog. But there was no movement. No snowmobiles, no truck starting, no sound of doors opening, no distant dog barking. Just the smoke, the lights, and the unrelenting, comprehensive silence. He stopped the truck directly outside the Iliamna diner, the town's social heart. The yellow paint of the building was peeling slightly at the edges, but the large front window, usually misted over by the internal heat, was clear. He could see right inside, and inside he saw Mr. Alistair, the owner, sitting at his usual booth by the window. He was leaning back against the red vinyl, his head slightly slumped forward, his hands resting on the table. Carter sighed, relieved. Alistair was probably just nodding off over his paperwork, perhaps waiting for his first customer. He killed the engine and stepped out, the silence immediately rushing in to fill the noise void left by the diesel engine. The air was bitterly cold, so dry it felt sharp in his nostrils. He walked up to the diner door. The open sign was still lit. He tried the handle. It was unlocked. "Alistair?" Carter called out, his voice sounding too loud, too intrusive in the quiet space. The warm, comforting scent of yesterday's fried oil and fresh bread hung heavy in the air. Mr. Alistair did not respond. He remained slumped, motionless, perfectly still. Carter stepped closer to the booth. On the table in front of Alistair, there was a notepad and an open copy of the Anchorage newspaper. Next to the paper was a coffee cup, full, dark, and still steaming faintly in the ambient warmth of the diner. The scene was one of total, immediate suspension. It looked not like a man asleep, but like a film paused mid-frame. Alistair's glasses were slightly askew, caught on the bridge of his nose. His eyes were closed, his breathing was shallow, almost imperceptible. He was simply unmoving. Carter reached out, his heavy glove brushing the man's shoulder. "Alistair, wake up," he shook him gently. No response. Alistair's skin, where it was exposed on his neck and hands, felt cool but not frozen. This was not fainting. This was not a heart attack. It was a profound, deep unconsciousness that resisted physical touch. Carter checked the man's pulse. It was there, slow, measured, almost lethargic, a dull, barely there thrum under his fingertips. The pulse of a man in deep, unnatural sleep. He took a step back, looking around the diner. In the kitchen doorway, the cook, Maggie, was also slumped over her counter, one hand resting near a massive aluminum mixing bowl. A small empty bag of flour lay open beside her. The stove burners were still faintly glowing red beneath a large, sizzling skillet of bacon. The bacon was still cooking, the coffee was still hot, but the people were gone. The details were overwhelming in their normality. The food, the warmth, the daily routine, all arrested at the same sudden moment. It was a still life painted in human dread. He ran back to his truck, fumbling with the radio mic. He had to assume the local repeaters were still working. "This is Sheriff Carter in Iliamna. I need a status check." "Any unit, respond." "Iliamna is reporting an emergency. Possible mass casualty event." "Repeat, Iliamna is locked down." "Any unit, respond, over." He repeated the call twice. He waited, holding his breath, listening past the relentless hiss of the dead air. The only sound that returned was the sputtering of the grease in the diner's kitchen, a rhythmic, violent noise against the vast silence. He looked back at the diner's window, at the motionless figure of Alistair, and then up the street, where the light was still on in Mrs. Petrov's window. A profound, horrifying realization began to settle, one built not on evidence but on the chilling absence of it. If the whole town was silent, and the entire outside world was silent to him, then the event was total. He drove faster now, a siren wailing pointlessly into the fog, a sound of panic that went nowhere. He checked the post office. The postal clerk was slumped over his sorting tray, a stack of envelopes frozen mid-shuffle. He checked the schoolhouse. Through the window, he saw children slumped at their desks, tiny heads resting on open history books, their pencils resting on mid-scrawled words. The clock on the school wall read 6:32 a.m. everywhere. The scene was the same, a town suspended in the first, sudden moment of a profound, unnatural slumber. He returned to the station house, his breath coming in ragged, painful gasps. The cold had been pushed aside by a terrible internal heat. He grabbed the reel-to-reel tape recorder, one of the few devices capable of continuous high-quality audio logging. He turned it on, the thick tape spooling out with a mechanical click, recording the silence, recording his own shaking breath, recording the relentless hiss of the dead radio. He had to get a final message out, even if it was just for posterity, a sound artifact left for whatever came next. He keyed the main transmitter, knowing it was useless but feeling the fierce, human need to send something into the void. Micro-hook. His only witness was the machine that recorded the silence. He held the mic close, his voice low, shaking yet determined to be precise. He began to describe the scene, the frozen coffee cups, the running stove, the unnatural stillness. He described the moment he had found Mr. Alistair, the clock reading 6:32 a.m., the absolute lack of any physical trauma. He was in the middle of describing the quiet, methodical breathing of the sleeping children when a new sound, faint but definite, cut through the hiss of the static. It was an electrical surge, a quick, sharp crackle of interference that overloaded the receiver for a split second. And then, a voice. It was not a weather report, not a local dispatcher. It was a man's voice, gravelly and tired, and it was speaking with a strange, unnerving authority. As if reading from a prepared script, the voice said, 3 times precisely, "Containment is initiated. Containment is initiated. Containment is initiated." And then, with a final violent snap of static, the voice was gone. Sheriff Carter, his hand frozen on the mic switch, stared at the glowing orange readouts. The time was 6:35 a.m., 3 minutes after the entire town had gone to sleep. Someone, somewhere, had acknowledged the event and sealed it off. He rewound the tape, his hands shaking so violently he almost dropped the reel. He found the short segment, the scratch of static, the 3-word message. He listened once, then twice. Containment is initiated. He had heard a voice from the outside world, a confirmation that someone knew. But the message was not one of rescue. It was one of control. The silence he had experienced was not a failure of technology. It was a deliberate act of secrecy. Carter looked out the window again. The light was growing only marginally stronger, still gray, still diffused by the persistent soft fog. Now, however, the silence felt different. It was no longer the silence of the wilderness. It was the silence of a hidden presence, of watchers who had already closed the door. He was locked in with his sleeping town. He picked up the mic again, his breath catching in his throat. He had to record the last thing he saw, the final proof. He began to speak, his voice a low, rough whisper against the humming tape recorder, describing the feeling of being watched, the chill that was colder than the Alaskan air. He began to describe what he planned to do next. to return to the diner and check the final moments of that static transmission. Retention bridge. Ending transition. He never finished the sentence. Mid-word, the sound of the microphone falling to the floor was the last thing the tape recorded, replaced by a sudden new silence. A silence that left only the relentless, rhythmic ticking of the clock in the empty station house. We only have the first fragment of his final, chilling transmission. The sudden, sharp clack of the microphone hitting the worn linoleum floor was the last decisive sound captured on the spooling tape. After that, only the low, smooth whir of the machine recording empty air, occasionally broken by the steady, metronomic tick-tick-tick of the wall clock counting seconds in the now empty station house. Sheriff Carter was gone. Not vanished, but immobilized. He was found later, slumped over the radio workbench, his face resting against the cold metal casing of the dead receiver. His right hand, still encased in the heavy leather glove, lay outstretched, centimeters from the mic. His last word, transmission, left incomplete on the air he was no longer using. His breathing was the same as Alistair's, shallow, almost non-existent, a biological process reduced to its absolute miserly minimum. He had joined the deep, unnatural slumber of Iliamna at 6:36 a.m. The tape, however, preserved the final chaotic minute. The sound of Carter's distressed breathing. The moment he rewound the spool to verify the ominous "containment is initiated" message, and his final desperate attempt to record a definitive testament. The audio itself became an artifact of human paranoia and ultimate surrender. It wasn't the sound of an aggressive attack, but the sound of an overwhelming, irresistible biological demand. The entire episode had lasted precisely 31 minutes from the recognized failure of the radio frequencies at 6:05 a.m. to the moment the town's central authority, Sheriff Carter, succumbed at 6:36 a.m. 31 minutes of eerie, localized technological silence followed by an equally brief, terrifying period of absolute human stillness. Microhook. The only witness to the town's collapse was a spool of magnetic tape that kept recording after the last man fell. The silence now reigning in Iliamna was the most perfect the town had ever known. It was not the cold silence of the taiga, but a manufactured internal quiet. The smoke still rose steadily from the chimneys, a silent testament to the still burning birch logs. The refrigerator compressors still hummed faintly in the kitchens, maintaining the illusion of normalcy. But the subtle, unpredictable sounds of human friction, a cough, a distant shout, the slam of a cupboard door, were erased. The world was now a series of motionless dioramas, preserved behind thin glass. In the schoolhouse, the history book remained open on a page detailing the Louisiana Purchase. The children's last lesson was one of expansion and acquisition. Their current state was one of profound, involuntary withdrawal. The scent of chalk dust and old paper hung in the air. Each sleeping figure was an exercise in frozen vulnerability. This pervasive sense of arrested time was the defining characteristic of the event. It suggested a trigger that was instantaneous and absolute, affecting everyone regardless of location, activity, or age. It bypassed the usual chaos of an emergency and went straight to the 0 point of human activity. The unsettling quiet began to ripple outwards, not as sound, but as an absence. The nearby isolated fish processing plant, located 3 miles down the coast, operated by a small, rotating crew that lived entirely self-contained for weeks at a time, would have been the next to notice. Their scheduled communication window with Iliamna was 8 West a.m. They called the sheriff's station. Only the dead air answered. They called the general store. The ringing phone was simply ignored by the sleeping clerk inside. Their immediate conclusion, based on past experience, was a localized power grid failure, Or perhaps an ice storm had severed the main communication lines. They were accustomed to being cut off, but the simultaneous silence on multiple frequencies was anomalous. The plant manager, a retired military communications specialist named Silas, decided on a cautious overland sweep. He took 2 men and a heavy-duty tracked snow vehicle, loaded with emergency gear and, critically, a more powerful, long-range satellite phone, a relatively new, expensive piece of equipment not yet standard in the small community of Iliamna. The drive was slow, laborious, hampered by the thick, crystalline fog that had settled even heavier than before. The air was so still that the fog seemed less like weather and more like a physical barrier, obscuring vision to mere feet ahead. The silence they drove through was intense, broken only by the loud clack-clack-clack of the snow vehicle's tracks against the frozen ground. Silas, a man whose life was built on logical deduction and procedural safety, felt a rising, illogical dread. He kept glancing at the satellite phone, which remained stubbornly silent, indicating the network was operational. If the network was fine, the problem lay in Iliamna itself. Microhook. They drove for 3 miles through the deepening fog, carrying the one piece of equipment designed to break the silence, only to find a silence that defied technology. As they approached the outskirts of Iliamna, the first thing they noticed was the sheer, unnatural quiet of the streets. The snowmobiles parked outside the cabins were untouched. There was none of the usual faint smell of diesel or wood smoke drift on the wind. The smoke rose straight up, as if being pulled by an invisible thread. Silas parked the vehicle on the main road, leaving the engine running, a deliberate violation of the silence, a tether to the mechanical reality they understood. He and his men stepped out into the frigid air. The temperature was still dropping, but the psychological atmosphere was the coldest thing. They found the diner first. The open sign still glowed faintly. Silas, peering through the window, saw the scene described by Carter's final. Broken transmission, the steaming coffee cup, the man slumped in the booth, the cook near the sizzling pan. The sight was so fundamentally wrong that it felt staged. The mundane details, the paper napkin on the counter, the ketchup bottle, were perfectly normal, juxtaposed against the impossible stillness of the human figures. Silas, utilizing his military training, quickly assessed the situation. No sign of struggle, no blood, no physical trauma. It eliminated violence and common medical emergencies. He directed his team to check the town center, specifically the sheriff's station, while he himself tried the general store. Inside the store, the cash register was open, a handful of bills resting beside it. The clerk, a young man named Jason, was leaning against the counter, his head tilted back, his mouth slightly ajar. His eyes were closed. His breathing was so shallow that Silas had to place a finger near his nostrils to confirm the weak exhale. He was not dead. He was in a state of suspended animation, a biological stasis that was profound and frighteningly efficient. Silas immediately activated his satellite phone. He needed to communicate the impossible. This was not a power failure. This was not a localized accident. This was an event of unknown, overwhelming biological or psychological scope. He dialed the emergency number for the Alaskan state troopers in Anchorage. The call connected instantly, the clear, digital quality of the sat phone line cutting brutally through the heavy silence of Iliamna. "This is Silas Rourke. Communications Iliamna fish plant," Silas said, his voice surprisingly steady, despite the trembling in his hands. "We have a critical, unprecedented situation in the town of Iliamna. The entire population is unresponsive. They are in a state of deep, unnatural sleep. No signs of struggle or injury. Repeat, this is a mass incident. We need immediate medical and scientific deployment. Isolate the area. "Do not approach without chemical and atmospheric analysis." He paused, listening to the dispatcher's shocked response. He repeated the key facts, emphasizing the simultaneity and the psychological tranquility of the scene. Microhook. His clear voice, sent over a satellite orbiting miles above, was the first official truth about the town that had been silenced. The dispatch relay was efficient. Within minutes, the machinery of the outside world, so silent to Carter, began to grind into motion. Orders were relayed, specialized teams mobilized, and the containment protocols that had been vaguely mentioned by the gravelly voice on Carter's tape were officially, visibly enacted. Silas rejoined his men at the sheriff's station, where they had found Carter slumped over the equipment. They also found the open reel of tape. Silas listened to the final minute, the sheriff's voice faltering, the static burst, the ominous three-word phrase, and the final clack. "Containment is initiated," one of his men whispered, his voice catching. They knew it was going to happen. The phrase carried a heavy psychological weight. It implied knowledge, anticipation, and worst of all, deliberate inaction. Someone somewhere had predicted this event or perhaps orchestrated the conditions for it, and their priority was not rescue, but the establishment of a perimeter. Silas, a man who believed in military logic, now faced an illogical truth. His town had been pre-marked for silence. They gathered minimal evidence, a short length of the tape containing the ominous message, a handful of Sheriff Carter's final hurried notes, before the air was rent by a new, powerful sound, the chopping roar of incoming helicopters. The first wave was not medical. It was uniformed personnel, dark green, unmarked uniforms, efficient, armed, and utterly silent in their movements. They landed in the frozen parking lot, their heavy boots crunching the ice, their faces obscured by opaque visors. They moved with a military discipline that was chillingly disproportionate to the scene of sleeping civilians. Silas tried to approach them, raising his hands, holding the satellite phone. "I am the one who reported this," he stated clearly. "I have vital information regarding the timeline and a possible radio interference." A hand, gloved and firm, pushed him back. A voice, electronically altered and flat, spoke through a speaker unit mounted on a helmet. "The situation is under control. All personal effects and observations are property of the state. You will return to your vessel and await decontamination." The psychological undercurrent had shifted violently. Iliamna was no longer an emergency scene. It was now a classified research site. The uniformed men, the government team foreshadowed in the subtitles, began the methodical process of sealing off the town. Yellow caution tape appeared, not the soft plastic of local police, but heavy military-grade barriers. Cameras were deployed. The focus was not on the sleeping people, but on the perimeter, the information, and the preservation of the secret. Silas and his team were escorted silently and swiftly back to their snow vehicle. The tape, the notes, and the satellite phone were confiscated, taken by a man who showed no curiosity, only cold, procedural efficiency. The last image Silas carried away was the sight of a hazmat-suited figure placing a small, precise measuring device near the base of the main radio antenna. The figure didn't seem interested in the radio's failure, but in something far more subtle, something that had entered the air, the ground, or the human mind. The fog, thick and blinding, closed around them as they drove back towards the coast, leaving Iliamna to its imposed silence and its new, armed custodians. The outside world now knew of Iliamna, but only as a classified file. The truth of the cause was already being systematically suppressed in the name of Containment Retention Bridge, ending transition. They had taken the tape, the notes, and the phone, but they hadn't been able to take the one thing Silas had seen in the sleeping faces of the children: a profound, unified look of regret, as if they had willingly chosen to sleep after seeing something terrible. The memory Silas Rourke carried was not of the armed men or the cold efficiency of the cover-up, but of the sleeping faces themselves. In the diner, the post office, and the schoolhouse, the expression was consistent: a profound, unified look of regret. It wasn't the peaceful repose of natural sleep, nor the vacant stare of the comatose. It was the face of someone who had, in the final instant of consciousness, witnessed an unbearable truth and chosen, definitively, to withdraw from it. They looked like people who had willingly chosen to sleep after seeing something terrible. Back at the fish processing plant, Silas and his remaining crew were held in effective isolation. The uniformed men, the watchers as Silas privately termed them, had established a perimeter that extended miles beyond the town, effectively cutting off the plant and its staff. Their official status was decontamination subjects, but the reality was simpler. They were witnesses whose testimony had been officially preempted. The psychological pressure of this isolation was intense. They had seen the impossible, a town frozen in time. They had heard the classified confirmation: containment is initiated. They were now surrounded by a silence far more oppressive than the Alaskan wilderness, the silence of a state secret. Silas became obsessed with the sheriff's last fragmented transmission. He was certain that Carter, in his frantic last minutes, had described not just the fact of the sleep but the precursor, the final detail that had triggered the government response. Since the official team had taken the original reel-to-reel tape, Silas focused on what he knew remained: the precise timeline. The radio silence began at 6:05 a.m. The voice said containment is initiated at 6:35 a.m. Carter succumbed at 6:36 a.m. 31 minutes of unexplained activity, followed by absolute control. Microhook. The difference between 6:05 and 6:35 was the entire human reaction to the unknown. Silas began meticulously questioning his two team members who had entered the town with him. He asked about sounds, smells, and sensations, anything that might have been overlooked in the panic of discovery. "Did you hear anything before we entered the town?" Silas pressed. "Anything unusual on the air, even a brief tone?" One of the men, a young technician named Mark, who had been listening intently to the snow vehicle's internal communication system, hesitated. "There was a sound just before the sheriff's station came into view. I dismissed it as engine noise." "Describe it," Silas demanded. It was a deep, resonant thrum, not a vibration, but a sound. Very low, subsonic, almost felt in the chest more than heard. Like a massive, heavily muffled drumbeat. It lasted maybe 20 seconds. Then it was gone, replaced by the normal engine noise. Silas pulled out his notebook and circled Subtitle 7's future location: the air that buzzed. This low-frequency sound, felt more than heard, was a physical phenomenon. It was an energy signature. If it was present at the exact moment the population entered the sleep state, it was the most likely trigger. It bypassed the ears and went straight to the internal nervous system. The other man, a grizzled fisherman named Finn, offered a more disturbing psychological detail. "When I looked through the schoolhouse window at the kids, one of the little girls, her pencil was on the desk, but her hand, it wasn't just resting, it was clenched. Her knuckles were white, like she was holding onto the desk for dear life, trying to keep herself awake." This image contradicted the initial assessment of tranquil surrender. It suggested a moment of fierce, desperate, conscious resistance, a struggle that was ultimately lost to the overwhelming biological demand. It shifted the psychological drama from passive retreat to active, defeated will. Silas felt the cold dread return. The townspeople had been forced to sleep, not chosen to. Their last conscious act was a futile attempt to fight the inevitable. This realization transformed the government team from mere custodians of a secret into agents of a vast, deliberate cover-up. If the cause was an energy signature, a deep thrum that could induce mass neurological paralysis, it was likely neither an accident nor an alien event, but a technology. A weapon. Microhook. The entire town fell silent not because they stopped listening, but because they lost the ability to scream. Silas now focused on the ultimate question of American curiosity, the intent behind the secrecy. The containment protocols were initiated just as Carter was describing the phenomenon. This meant the watchers were listening before the sat phone call. They had a feed on Iliamna that predated the crisis. He theorized a hidden long-term monitoring operation, a form of psychological espionage taking place in the remotest corner of America. Why Iliamna? He remembered the geographical context. Iliamna was close to a known geological anomaly, a minor fault line, and an area rich in rare earth minerals situated near the massive, frozen lake it was named for, Lake Iliamna. This was the intersection of a geological mystery and human isolation. It presented a perfect laboratory for studying the effects of extreme environmental stressors on human psychology. Perhaps the sleep was not the goal, but a catastrophic side effect of a failed, decades-long experiment, a test, accidentally amplified, that turned a monitoring operation into a mass collapse. He decided his only chance of exposing the truth was to assume the watchers had only secured the center of the town. He needed to find the one person who might have documented the strange events of the prior evening, as hinted at in the later subtitles. He thought of Finn's recollection. They saw something, an old fisherman insisting the townsfolk witnessed a light above the ridge the night. Before the sleep began, he needed to get back into the controlled zone, under the cover of a massive blizzard that rolled in late that evening, a natural atmospheric event that momentarily overpowered the engineered silence. Silas managed to evade the outer perimeter of the watchers. He took the snow vehicle, driving wide around the main road using the swirling, blinding snow as his protective curtain. The whiteout was total, forcing him to rely entirely on his compass and the knowledge of the terrain. He skirted the ridge the fisherman had mentioned. It was a bluff overlooking the vast, frozen expanse of Lake Iliamna, a black, icy surface under the white sky, a place of profound geological quiet. He had a specific target, the home of Dr. Anya Volkov, the town's resident field medic. She was known to be meticulous, secretive, and deeply distrustful of federal authority. If anyone had kept a private, hidden log detailing the strange precursor symptoms leading up to the Great Sleep, it would be her. He found her isolated cabin, situated at a deliberate distance from the main cluster of homes. The windows were dark and the porch was already drifted high with snow. The door, locked from the inside, had not been disturbed by the watchers. They had clearly focused only on the official buildings. Using a heavy-duty pry bar, Silas forced the lock. The air inside was cold, stale, and dense with the smells of medical alcohol and wood smoke. He found Dr. Volkov instantly sitting at her kitchen table, a half-finished cup of black tea beside her. She too was slumped forward, her arms resting on a large leather-bound book, her patient journal. He checked her pulse. Slow, steady, unnatural. But his eyes were on the journal. He gently slid the heavy book out from under her arms. The cover was unmarked, but the pages inside were filled with Dr. Volkov's precise, almost frantic handwriting. The last entry was dated October 16th, the day before the sleep microhook. She was the only one who saw the slow, creeping darkness arrive. Silas turned the pages, reading rapidly, searching for the pre-event symptoms. The journal detailed more than just common colds. Starting 2 weeks prior, Dr. Volkov had recorded a rising, statistically impossible cluster of complaints. Auditory stressors. Reports from multiple unrelated patients of a low-frequency tinnitus, described not as ringing but as a soft internal roar, like wind inside the skull. This directly correlated with the air that buzzed mentioned by his technician, mirroring hallucinations. Several patients reported fleeting visual disturbances, specifically shadows behind their eyelids, or the sensation of another person standing just at the edge of their peripheral vision, always mirroring their exact movement. This pointed to an induced form of mass psychological paranoia, temporal anxiety. An increasing number of patients, particularly the elderly, complained of an acute sensation that time was running too fast, or that the seconds were skipping, leading to deep, debilitating regret and obsession over minor past events. The final entry, written in a spidery, desperate scrawl, provided the crucial psychological bridge. It was a note regarding the strange collective behavior of the townsfolk on the night of October 16th, the night they saw the light. They are all looking at the lake, not with curiosity but with a terrible unified sense of anticipation. They saw the light, a silent circular emission above the ridge, and they are not afraid of it. They are afraid of what it means. It has removed their choice. They know now, and they are all waiting for the quiet to come. Silas realized that the unnatural sleep was preceded by an intense period of induced psychological trauma and pre-knowledge. The townsfolk had been mentally prepared, perhaps even forced to confront a truth so overwhelming that sleep was the only available defense mechanism. The ultimate secret was not what put them to sleep, but what they knew just before they closed their eyes. He placed the leather-bound journal inside his insulated pack. He had the proof, the hidden notes that connected the deep thrumming noise, the paranoia, and the celestial event over the lake. Retention bridge. Ending transition. As Silas slipped out of the cabin and back into the blizzard, the wind momentarily tore the clouds apart, revealing the sky above the frozen lake, and for one chilling instant, he thought he saw the snow below reflecting a faint, rhythmic pulse of light, a light that was not coming from the stars, but from beneath the thick, dark ice of Lake Iliamna. The sudden, brief vision of that subglacial light reflecting through the snow, a rhythmic pulse that defied all known physics, was the final confirmation Silas Rourke needed. The event in Iliamna was not only technological and psychological, but deeply geological. The secret lay beneath the town, connected somehow to the mineral-rich permafrost and the immense quiet body of Lake Iliamna. The light the townsfolk had anticipated, the light that brought the sleep, was likely emanating from the earth itself, a signal amplified by unknown means. Silas returned to the fish plant, shaken but armed with Dr. Volkov's hidden journal. The blizzard continued its relentless assault, providing a necessary veil against the watcher's thermal scans. He managed to hide the journal within a deep cavity in the plant's auxiliary generator casing, a place the military team would never think to look for fragile paper. Now, he needed to reconstruct Sheriff Carter's last moments, focusing entirely on the 3 seconds of the "containment is initiated" message. He had only his memory of the sound, but he had something else. A small, specialized radio receiver he had kept hidden, designed to log and filter extremely low-frequency ELF signals. He set up the ELF receiver in the deep, cold storage area, Massive, silent room where the frozen scent of processed fish provided a clean, sensory-deprived environment. He knew the Watcher's signal sweep would be looking for conventional communication frequencies, but not for the deep, slow rhythms of geological or atmospheric waves. He powered on the receiver. The air in the cold storage room immediately filled, with a sound that confirmed the doctor's notes and the technician's experience. A deep, continuous hum, felt in the bones more than heard by the ear. It was the air that buzzed, a persistent low-frequency pressure wave saturating the entire region. It was unnervingly regular, almost like a heartbeat of the earth. Micro-hook. The entire town was resting inside a sound too low for humans to consciously perceive. Silas began running sophisticated filters, attempting to find any modulation, any spike, or any artificial pattern embedded within the natural elf hum. He was looking for the signal that had carried the three-word message, the ghost transmission that had sealed Iliamna's fate. The low hum contained incredible complexity, full of slow grinding patterns indicative of tectonic and geothermal movement. After hours of patient filtering, he isolated a specific anomalous frequency, a slow, regular pulse that was entirely independent of the natural geological rhythm. It was too precise, too ordered. He focused the receiver on this specific channel, and there, buried beneath the deep hum, was a faint, almost subliminal echo of human speech. It wasn't the voice he remembered. It was a digital ghost of the voice, distorted and synthesized, played back against the backdrop of an incredibly rapid sequence of clicks and tones. A burst of machine data. Silas realized the message, "Containment is initiated," was not a live transmission. It was a pre-recorded, auto-triggered burst of code released instantly upon detection of the initial event. And the trigger for the code was not the radio silence, but the moment Sheriff Carter's microphone was keyed for his final broadcast. The sheriff, by speaking into the silent void, had inadvertently triggered a failsafe. His voice, amplified by the station's powerful transmitter, had acted as a sonar ping, alerting the automated system that a witness was actively documenting the mass sleep. The system's response was immediate. A coded burst to inform the unseen warden committee that the cover-up needed to begin. The psychological implication was profound. The Watchers had not been monitoring Iliamna for an accident. They had been monitoring it for a leak. The entire purpose of the pre-existing radio silence was to ensure that if the experiment went catastrophic, no one could report it. Sheriff Carter, by attempting to be a witness, had confirmed the worst fears of the conspirators. Silas spent the next few hours attempting to decipher the rapid machine data that had accompanied the voice burst. The code was complex, a form of high-level encryption, but his military training gave him a starting point. It appeared to be a geographical coordinate and a precise timestamp. The coordinate pointed not to Iliamna, but to a location several 100 miles south, high in the mountains, an area known for its massive, secretive Cold War-era military communications facility, long officially decommissioned. The timestamp was the crucial detail. It was a date in the past, 7 years prior to the sleep event. The timestamp indicated the precise moment the ELF monitoring frequency had been activated from the decommissioned base. Microhook. The voice wasn't the warning. It was the final digital key to the 7 years of secrecy. This was the core of the conspiracy and the forbidden knowledge. The Iliamna sleep was the product of a 7-year, deeply classified project run from a decommissioned military facility, utilizing the region's unique geology to transmit or amplify the deep thrumming sound wave that caused the collective human paralysis. Iliamna was a test bed for a psychological weapon built on sound and silence. Silas felt a profound sense of exhaustion, a deep regret for having been drawn into this hidden reality. He had the truth of the event, but the truth was terrifying in its scope. It wasn't just a simple cover-up. It was a demonstration of a government capability to erase the consciousness of an entire community on demand. He packaged the ELF recording, the rhythmic hum, and the embedded coded burst into a heavily insulated waterproof container. He now possessed two pieces of absolute incontrovertible evidence: Dr. Volkov's account of the psychological precursors, the hallucinations, the regret, the light, and the technical proof of the coded containment protocol. He knew he couldn't stay. The Watchers would conduct a thorough sweep once the blizzard lifted. He had to assume the ALF receiver was now compromised, its location potentially triangulated by the spike in its output power. He used the snow vehicle again, not to leave the perimeter, but to hide. He drove it deep into the forest, burying it under a massive snowdrift, covering the tracks meticulously. He then set out on foot, relying on his knowledge of the terrain, moving perpendicular to the expected routes of the military teams. He carried only the pack containing the two pieces of evidence, a handful of rations and the crushing weight of the town's secret. His intention was not to reach Anchorage immediately, but to travel further north toward the Bering Sea coast, where the communications were purely local and satellite dependent, a place where the Watchers' established network of control would be weakest. As he moved through the dense, snow-laden forest, the silence of the wilderness became his protector. He was no longer just running. He was actively resisting the imposed silence that had claimed Iliamna. Every footfall, every breath, every scrape of his boot against the frozen bark of a spruce tree was an act of defiance against the containment. He remembered the final psychological detail from the town: the frozen coffee cups and half-eaten breakfasts, the perfect suspension of life. This was the ultimate betrayal of the human routine, the ultimate control over the mundane. It was designed not just to stop life, but to pause it with cruel precision, emphasizing the absolute power of the unseen architects. Microhook. The real horror was not that they fell asleep, but that they were left waiting in that perfect pause. 3 days later, exhausted, nearly out of rations and suffering from the early stages of exposure, Silas stumbled onto a small, abandoned hunting cabin miles outside the controlled zone. He used a flare to melt a small pool of ice for water and collapsed onto a pile of old furs. He lay there, the deep rhythmic hum of the elf wave still present, though fainter now, a constant reminder of the geological secret embedded in the Alaskan ground. He was safe for the moment, but the psychological reality of Iliamna, the absolute certainty that the government had a secret room full of files detailing the exact moment of their collective surrender, weighed on him. He was the last voice of Iliamna, and he carried the forbidden knowledge that the greatest threat to American autonomy was not invasion, but an induced, total psychological quiet orchestrated by its own protectors. The entire experiment was a terrifying study in human vulnerability under controlled energetic pressure. He knew his existence was a risk to the conspiracy. They had taken the town's life, and now they would come for his truth. His next move had to be perfect. Retention bridge, ending transition. He opened Dr. Volkov's journal one last time looking for guidance, but the final frantic notes about the light over the lake were followed by a hastily drawn symbol, a simple, crude circle with radiating lines and beneath it, a single terrifying question that had not been erased. If they sleep, who is counting the seconds? This question, he knew, was the true key to understanding the deep rhythmic tapping that was yet to be heard. Silas Rourke spent the next 2 days in the abandoned cabin, the relentless low hum of the ALF wave now a constant, irritating companion that seemed to resonate with the exhaustion in his bones. He reviewed the evidence, the hidden journal detailing the strange sensory and psychological pre-symptoms, the decoded timestamp proving a 7-year-long monitoring operation, and Dr. Volkov's final cryptic question: if they sleep, who is counting the seconds? The question hung heavy in the cold air, directly challenging the narrative of absolute stasis. If the town was merely paused, who was maintaining the rhythmic order, hinted at by the question and the regular pulse Silas detected in the deep sound wave? He turned his attention back to the tape recording recovered from Sheriff Carter's final transmission, the few precious seconds before the containment message. While the watchers had confiscated the original reel, Silas had listened to it multiple times, and the details of sound were burned into his memory. He recalled the moment Carter was describing the children in the schoolhouse, slumped over their desks. It was during this narration that the sheriff's voice had briefly faltered, not in fear but in confusion. Silas now realized that the faint sound he heard just before the static burst, a sound he had initially dismissed as the mechanical clicking of the old tape machine, was not internal. It was external. It was a rhythmic, low-frequency tapping, too slow and too regular to be natural. He meticulously recreated the conditions of the station house in his mind, overlaying the sounds he remembered with the information from Dr. Volkov's journal. The children were asleep, yet one of them, the little girl, had been struggling, her hand clenched in a futile act of resistance. The tapping, Silas realized with a sickening lurch, was not a count of the seconds. It was the sound of something doing the counting. Microhook. They were all asleep, but something in the dark was still keeping time. He focused his remaining energy on the ELF receiver, pushing its filters to analyze the ambient sound in the low-frequency range where human hearing failed. He needed to find the source of that rhythmic, non-biological tapping hidden within the geological hum. After hours of painstaking work, filtering out the constant thrum of the earth and the high-pitched static, he isolated a new, faint pattern, a complex 4-beat rhythm, repeated every 5 seconds. It sounded like the dull thud of a heavy object striking a dense, cold surface. This was the forbidden knowledge wrapped in sound. The entire town was asleep, but something underneath the permafrost, linked to the silent energy source, was maintaining a perfect, non-stop rhythm. The implication was terrifying. The sleep was not a biological failure but a state of controlled suspension, maintained by an external automated mechanism. The 4-beat rhythm could be a timer, a monitoring cycle, or perhaps most chillingly, a simple rhythmic affirmation that the containment was active and successful. The town wasn't dead. It was ticking. Silas felt the psychological strain of this discovery. The conspiracy was deeper than he imagined. It wasn't about covering up a failed weapon test. It was about controlling a successful one. The true goal of the 7-year monitoring operation was not to observe human behavior under stress, but to master the art of total, silent immobilization. He looked at Dr. Volkov's drawing again, the circle with radiating lines. The circle was Iliamna, and the lines pointed outward toward the source of the light and the thrumming sound, the hidden geological anomaly beneath the lake. The drawing was an acoustic map. He decided his mission had to shift. He couldn't just leak the story. He had to disrupt the rhythm. The integrity of the containment relied entirely on the continuous unbroken beat, but the rhythm was protected by the watchers. Silas knew he couldn't return to the town center. The watchers were now everywhere, searching methodically. He needed to find an overlooked site, a place where the rhythmic tapping would be loudest, where the geological anomaly was closest to the surface, but where the military presence was minimal. He consulted a map and cross-referenced it with Dr. Volkov's notes on the unusual behavior near the frozen lake. The most likely source was a spot known locally as the Old Fisherman's Ledge, a remote, frozen outcrop overlooking the deepest section of Lake Iliamna, the exact spot where the townsfolk had reported seeing the strange light. Microhook. If the town was a clock, the frozen lake was the mainspring. He packed his minimal gear, taking only a geologist's hammer, a small spool of heavy copper wire for a crude Faraday shield, and the journal and the elf receiver. He set out into the lingering cold, moving toward the vast, empty expanse of the frozen lake. The silence under the clouds was immense, broken only by the rhythmic, inaudible thud, 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 thud that now played constantly in the deepest part of his perception. The journey was treacherous. He crossed the frozen tundra, skirting the distant, blurring lights of the military perimeter. The cold was a living enemy, clawing at his exposed skin, stealing the heat from his core. His survival was driven by a burning, singular motive: the regret he had seen on the faces of the sleeping children. The same regret that was now turning his own journey into an obsession. When he reached the ledge, the environment was different. The ice here was blacker, appearing unnervingly smooth, as if its surface had been polished by an unseen force. There was a palpable sense of static energy in the air, causing the fine hairs on his arms to prickle even through his heavy clothing. He set up the ELF receiver directly on the ice. The rhythmic tapping was deafening on the filtered audio, a slow, relentless counting. He began to search the outcrop for any sign of human interference, anything that could act as a transmitter or a geological anchor for the energy wave. He found it, not in the rock, but in a strange, non-native metal disc, half buried in the frozen shale near the water's edge. The metal was dark, unnaturally cold, and gave off a faint, oily scent that was immediately absorbed by the frigid air. The disc was covered in an intricate network of deep, precise carvings, geometric patterns that mirrored the faint shapes the satellite images would later reveal under the snow. The patterns, Silas realized, were not decorative. They were resonance pathways, designed to channel the geological energy from the fault line beneath the lake and broadcast it in the precise elf rhythm that induced the total, controlled sleep, microhook. It wasn't alien technology. It was a perfect silent machine, built to steal human will. This was the final piece of the conspiracy, a technologically enhanced geological anchor, silently ticking away, maintaining the suspended animation of Iliamna. The government had not created the energy. They had merely weaponized the Earth's natural rhythm. Suddenly the silence was broken, not by a voice but by a sound that cut through the deep hum, the distant sharp crack of ice shifting, followed by the metallic whine of a snow vehicle. A sweep team had found his fresh tracks. Silas knew he had seconds. He had to disable the device. He grabbed the heavy geologist's hammer. He looked down at the dark, cold metal disc, listening to the relentless, silent thud, 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 thud that kept the entire town locked in a state of unnatural psychological suspension. He raised the hammer high, aiming for the center of the geometric pattern. Retention bridge, ending transition. But just as the hammer began its arc, the elf receiver shrieked with a sudden, violent, high-frequency hiss that was not static, but a deliberate auditory attack. The rhythmic tapping stopped abruptly, replaced by a deep guttural sound like a heavy door grinding open beneath the ice. The attack was immediate, personal, and aimed directly at Silas's mind, forcing him to drop the hammer, leaving the final sound of his desperate, strangled gasp to be lost to the cold air, right before the arrival of the military team. The high-frequency hiss was a calculated sonic attack, a precise countermeasure beamed directly into the high sensitivity of Silas's ELF receiver. But its effect was instantly neurological. It bypassed the eardrum and struck the brainstem, flooding his mind with sensory overload. A violent physical intrusion into the subtle quiet he had been inhabiting. The world exploded into white noise, forcing him to clutch his head, dropping the hammer onto the black ice. The rhythmic thud-thud-thud-thud had ceased, replaced by a low, sickening grinding sound, the heavy door opening beneath the ice. This suggested that the silencing rhythm was merely the idle state of the weapon, and the auditory attack on Silas was an active defense mode initiated by the Watchers, who were now seconds away. Through the blinding pain, Silas saw the three dark shapes of the military snow vehicles breach the ridge, their searchlights cutting mercilessly through the lingering fog. They moved with terrifying speed, locking onto his position. He had failed to destroy the resonance disk, but he had two key pieces of information: the location of the geological anchor and the precise frequency of the rhythm. He snatched the heavy leather-bound journal and the ELF receiver, tucking them into his pack just as the first searchlight beam pinned him against the sheer, dark rock of the ledge. He didn't run. Running was futile. Instead, he made a final, desperate move that leveraged the conspiracy's own paranoia. He raised his hands not in surrender, but in a deliberate motion of display. He pulled the crumpled, blood-stained pages of Dr. Volkov's final notes from his pocket and threw them into the whipping wind. The Watchers' protocols, built on secrecy and the control of information, demanded the immediate retrieval of any physical evidence. As the lead soldier paused to scoop the wind-whipped pages, Silas launched himself off the ledge, not toward the shore, but onto the black ice of the frozen lake, the one surface the heavy military vehicles could not safely traverse at speed. The grinding sound beneath the ice intensified, now accompanied by a dull, resonant vibration that traveled up through the frozen water into Silas's boots. It felt like walking on a vast, low-frequency drumhead. Micro-hook. He traded the stability of the land for the danger of the frozen secret. The soldiers screamed muffled commands through their helmets, their voices electronically harsh and distorted. They knew the ice was unstable over the deep section of the lake, where the rhythmic energy source was located. They could not follow immediately. Silas ran across the black expanse, the ice eerily reflective, showing the inverted, terrified image of the sky. He could feel the cold seeping through his boots, but his focus was absolute. Evasion and dissemination. The secret couldn't die with him. As he ran, he kept the LF receiver on, its digital display flickering wildly. The subtle 4-beat rhythm was gone. The only sound was the grinding, the sound of the hidden mechanism being actively reset or perhaps deactivated. This meant the Watchers recognized the risk of a disruption and were attempting to stabilize their silent weapon. He realized the second sleep, the later subtitle, was not a reactivation, but a necessary calibration caused by his interference. His attempt to destroy the disk had successfully destabilized the system, forcing the conspirators to shut down and reboot the synchronization. He reached the far side of the lake, a vast, empty stretch of frozen tundra. He ditched his pack under a natural overhang of rock, keeping only the journal and the now silent ELF receiver. He knew the Watchers would eventually find his tracks and the abandoned gear, confirming his identity as the witness. But by then, he had to be gone. He walked for 12 hours, relying on the adrenaline and the bitter cold to keep the pervasive elf residue from pushing him into the same unnatural sleep that had claimed Iliamna. The mental trauma was profound. He was suffering from a constant low-grade dissociation, where the sounds and sights of the natural world felt thin, unreal, and contingent upon the hidden, silent rhythm. He finally reached a remote highway, the thin two-lane ribbon of asphalt that connected the northern Alaskan settlements to the pipeline and, eventually, to the city lights of Fairbanks. He had crossed the line of the containment zone. He hitched a ride on a supply truck heading south. Inside the warm, vibrating cabin, the truck driver, a massive, talkative man, complained about the recent, inexplicable static interference on his own radio for the past week, followed by a sudden, intense government presence near the Iliamna region. This confirmed the conspiracy's ripple effect. The initial ELF monitoring and the final sonic attack had left technical scars across the entire state's communication network. Scars that the government could not entirely erase, only obfuscate. Microhook. The entire state knew something was wrong, but they blamed the radio, not the ground beneath the ice. Silas arrived in Fairbanks, a city of lights and noise, a chaotic, loud antidote to the silence of Iliamna. He moved with the caution of a ghost, knowing that the Watchers' network extended far beyond the Alaskan wilderness. Their protocol was clear: secure the secret, eliminate the witness. He found a small, isolated library, a haven of recorded historical truth. He knew the journal and the EOF data were too fragile, too easily dismissed as the ravings of a conspiracy theorist. He needed an irrefutable official anchor for the story. He recalled Dr. Volkov's notes on temporal anxiety, the townsfolk's crippling sense that time was skipping, leading to their profound regret. He realized the chronological heresy was playing out in real time. The elf rhythm had not just made them sleep, it had psychologically destabilized their perception of time as a prelude to the surrender of consciousness. He began searching the library's archived records of the Cold War-era military base he had identified from the coded transmission. He was looking for any mention of the Warden Committee or any experimental projects related to deep earth resonance or psycho-acoustic defense. He found nothing in the public records. The history of that base was meticulously clean. But then, he found a clue in a collection of obscure, declassified Soviet-era scientific journals, documents detailing the theoretical application of VLF, very low frequency, waves for deep sea and deep earth communication. One journal, published in 1958, detailed a project codenamed Project Stasis, an investigation into the use of ultra-precise, rhythmically pulsed VLF signals to induce a state of biological economy in isolated high-stress environments. The language was dense, technical, but the implication was clear. The American containment was built on a Soviet foundational technology, a powerful forbidden knowledge originally developed to aid survival, but repurposed for absolute, silent control. This provided the necessary political intrigue for the American audience, a vast domestic conspiracy built on a stolen Cold War secret. Microhook. The biggest U.S. secret was hidden in a 1958 Soviet science journal. Silas used the library's microfilm scanner to capture the key diagrams and schematics of Project Stasis. He now had 3 pillars of proof: the subjective psychological trauma, Dr. Volkov's journal; the objective technical signature, the ELF rhythm and coded transmission, and the historical geopolitical context, the Soviet Foundation. He knew his time was running out. He had seen a news report that the Iliamna perimeter was officially lifted, the official explanation given as a localized, acute carbon monoxide poisoning from faulty residential furnaces. A simple, boring lie that explained away the 3 days of military lockdown. The cover-up was complete. He found a secure connection and drafted a final anonymous message, combining the coordinates of the defunct military base, the Project Stasis reference, and a link to the rhythmic tapping he had recorded on his receiver. He addressed the message to a handful of known investigative journalists, specializing in Cold War secrets. Retention bridge, ending transition. He hit send. But as the email left the outbox, a sudden wave of nausea and dissociation hit him. He saw a fleeting shadow at the edge of his vision, a mirroring hallucination, just like those described in Dr. Volkov's notes. He realized the elf rhythm, even from a distance, had begun to reassert its influence, creeping back into his mind, as the town of Iliamna, now under the calm cover of the carbon monoxide lie, was settling back down for the inevitable second sleep. The sudden return of the mirroring hallucination, the fleeting shadow at the edge of his vision, was the system's final, remote warning shot. Silas Rourke knew he was compromised. The low, pervasive elf rhythm, amplified by the geological anchor at the frozen lake, had created a regional psychic pressure cooker, and even hundreds of miles away, his mind was still tuned to its frequency. The psychological effect of the forbidden knowledge was physically manifesting. He fled the library, leaving the computer running its cleanup routine to erase his anonymous track. The air outside felt charged, no longer cold and crisp, but thick and heavy with unseen energy. His immediate primal fear was the second sleep, the inevitable reboot of the Iliamna system that would claim not just the residents, but any susceptible outsider. He knew the journalists might dismiss the anonymous email. He needed a physical beacon, a piece of irrefutable public evidence that could not be quietly classified as carbon monoxide hallucination. He found a secluded, dilapidated pawn shop, run by an elderly man with hands twisted by decades of sorting metal. Silas sold the only thing he had that could survive a military sweep and could not be traced: the heavy copper wire he had brought from the fish plant, and the geologist's hammer he had dropped on the ice. He didn't ask for cash. He asked for a long-range, high-power shortwave radio unit, a piece of archaic independent technology that operated outside the regulated frequencies controlled by the Watchers. The shortwave radio, bulky and covered in dust, became his final tool for resistance. He drove his rented car east away from the military's usual vectors, heading toward a remote decommissioned mining tower high in the Alaska range, a towering steel structure that could serve as a non-official, powerful antenna. His plan was simple, brutal, and risky. He would use the shortwave radio to broadcast the most critical piece of evidence, the rhythmic tapping, at a frequency that would interfere with the controlled, low-level ELF hum. He needed to flood the air not with information, but with acoustic chaos, forcing the system into a dangerous, uncontrolled spike. Microhook. If they built a silent machine to enforce sleep, he would build a loud machine to wake the world up. As he drove, the symptoms intensified. The temporal anxiety returned. He felt acute, debilitating regret over the moment he had dropped the hammer, the second he had failed to destroy the anchor. The psychological weapon was not just about control, it was about inducing self-betrayal and regret as a pathway to surrender. Dr. Volkov's notes were playing out in his mind, turning his past decisions into existential torment. When he reached the mining tower, the sun was setting, casting the vast, silent peaks in brutal purple shadows. The tower was rusted, skeletal, a monument to a failed human enterprise. It was perfect. He climbed the cold, ringing metal steps carrying the heavy radio. The exertion was immense, his physical exhaustion battling the psychological hyper-alertness caused by the ELF pressure. At the top, suspended hundreds of feet above the silent ground, he strapped the shortwave unit to a rusted crossbeam. He connected the antenna, running the thin copper wire along the tower's vast metal structure. The structure itself became his amplifier. He powered the unit on, the vacuum tubes glowing with a fierce, warm light that was startlingly bright in the twilight. He located the frequency he had identified from the coded transmission, the control frequency, not the signal frequency. He then replayed the final, isolated segment from his ELF receiver, the rhythmic 4-beat tapping and the 3-word message, "Containment is initiated." He fed this audio directly into the shortwave's microphone input. He flipped the main broadcast switch. A raw, distorted, chaotic sound screamed out of the tower. The mechanical rhythm of the conspiracy, now amplified and broadcast at an inappropriate high-energy frequency. It was a digital scream of pain, forcing the silent, gentle ELF hum to react violently. The reaction was immediate and visible. The air around the tower began to shimmer. The silence was
broken by an immense physical pressure, like a silent, localized explosion. In Iliamna, hundreds of miles away, the official lie of carbon monoxide was shattered. The entire town was still in the controlled sleep, but the sudden acoustic shock wave from Silas's broadcast hit the geological anchor. The rhythm beneath the ice failed. The effect was not to immediately awaken the town, but to destabilize the psychological lock. The sleepers began to stir, not fully awake, but twitching violently, their faces contorted, not in peace, but in the agony of a mind violently forced out of its stasis. Microhook. His noise wasn't just noise, it was an act of acoustic warfare against a system built on silence. The Watcher's response was swift and brutal. Within minutes, the tower was detected. Military helicopters were scrambled from the decommissioned base identified by the coded transmission. Silas, however, had achieved his goal. He had created a breach in the containment. He had validated the existence of the rhythm. As the first helicopter's searchlight cut toward the tower, Silas looked down at the shortwave radio. The rhythmic tapping was still screaming, but the rhythmic sound was beginning to break apart, fracturing into erratic, chaotic bursts. He knew he had only one final act left. He grabbed the last piece of the conspiracy, Dr. Volkov's journal, and secured it inside a deep, rusted pipe running vertically through the tower's structure. It was his final hidden archive. He waited for the helicopter to approach, allowing its searchlight to fully pin him, illuminating his defiant, exhausted face. He stood on the edge of the platform, the rhythmic tapping screaming from the radio behind him. The helicopter hovered, the downwash tearing at the rusted metal. A voice, amplified this time, but still electronically distorted, boomed, "Stand down, Rourke. This is containment failure. Surrender the materials now." Silas had no materials to surrender. He looked straight into the light, and his mind, free now of the immediate ELF pressure, made a final clear observation. He saw no fear in the soldier's face, only protocol and regret, the regret of the man who knew he was perpetuating a lie. Retention bridge, ending transition. Silas Rourke took a final, deep breath of the freezing Alaskan air and stepped off the platform, plunging into the black shadow of the abyss, leaving behind only the screeching, chaotic rhythm of the radio, which suddenly, violently shorted out with a final electrical crack, leaving the silence to fall once more. The immediate silence that followed the electrical crack from the shortwave radio was profound, a total, absolute void that swallowed the noise of the incoming helicopters. Silas Rourke was gone, but his final act had achieved a localized containment failure. The system's rhythm was broken, the cover-up was momentarily destabilized, and the forbidden knowledge, the journal, was secured inside the skeletal steel of the mining tower. The military team, landing seconds later, found the scorched and violently silenced radio equipment, the rusted pipe containing the hidden journal, and the chilling absence of Silas Rourke. Their priority instantly shifted from interception to total evidence suppression. The entire mining tower was designated an exclusion zone, and a secondary team was dispatched back to Iliamna to address the escalating biological and psychological distress caused by the sudden rupture of the rhythmic stasis. In Iliamna, the sleepers had entered a chaotic transitional state. Their deep, suspended consciousness was violently attempting to reconnect with reality. The children in the schoolhouse were now thrashing in their sleep, their breathing shallow and rapid, their faces pale with psychological shock. The initial expression of regret had been replaced by stark, visceral terror. The Watcher's core objective was to restore the rhythmic tapping, the silent, four-beat mechanism that maintained the controlled sleep. They returned to the frozen lake, the geological anchor, only to find the resonance disk intact, but inert. Silas's brief, chaotic broadcast had short-circuited the external synchronization mechanism. Microhook. The dream wasn't broken, it was rebooting, and the new sequence would be far worse. The specialized teams worked frantically to restore the rhythm. They realized that the original, subtle ELF hum was not strong enough to force the entire population back into the controlled stasis. The minds of the townsfolk, now partially awakened by the acoustic shockwave, were actively fighting the surrender. The only way to re-establish the psychological lock was to implement the second sleep, a protocol that required a massive, instantaneous energy spike. This spike would overwhelm the resisting consciousness and retune the entire community to a new, deeper, and more absolute rhythm. The Watchers activated the system's emergency power source, housed deep beneath the decommissioned military base identified in Silas's coded findings. The power surge was immense, flowing through the fault lines and into the geological anchor beneath Lake Iliamna. At 3 a.m., precisely 6 days after the initial sleep, the entire region was hit by a sound, not the gentle felt thrum, but a massive, sustained sonic boom that shook the permafrost and rattled every window across the Alaskan interior. This was the sound of the second sleep protocol engaging. In Iliamna, the thrashing stopped instantly. The townsfolk were plunged back into suspension, their breathing now even shallower than before, their faces smooth and empty, but this time the look was not regret, it was total psychological absence. Crucially, the sheer magnitude of the energy spike also affected the outsiders, the military personnel, the few surviving scientists, and even the local support teams brought in to assist with the carbon monoxide cover-up. These outsiders fell asleep too. They collapsed where they stood, instantly joining the town in the profound, manufactured stasis. The protocol had failed to discriminate. The weapon had turned on its wielders. Microhook. The government sent an army to control the sleep, but the sleep ended up controlling the army. The second sleep lasted only 24 hours, a necessary duration for the system to synchronize and stabilize the new, deeper rhythm. When the outsiders awoke, they had no memory of the event, not the sonic boom, not the containment failure, and certainly not the 3 days of frantic effort. Their minds, unprotected by the prior years of ELF exposure, had been violently wiped clean of the catastrophic experience. They simply woke up with the official story already implanted. The carbon monoxide was gone, and the town was now medically cleared. The cover-up was perfected. The military teams packed up their unmarked equipment, leaving behind only the evidence of a routine, resolved health crisis. Iliamna was officially normal again. The town hall files missing, the later subtitle, was the final act of this procedural erasure. Months later, during a routine audit conducted by a non-military, non-scientific official, the original town records, the handwritten municipal logs, the sheriff's station inventory, the medical notes that Dr. Volkov didn't put in her journal, simply vanished. They didn't burn, they were systematically removed from the historical record, leaving a clean, blank slate that perfectly affirmed the official lie. The secret was complete. Iliamna was a town that simply endured a localized tragedy and then quietly moved on. However, the psychological scar remained in the survivors. The townsfolk awoke with a shared, persistent sense of temporal dislocation. They often struggled to account for the missing 9 days, the first sleep, plus the brief chaos, plus the second sleep, and they all suffered from a profound, generalized trust deficiency and a crippling low-grade paranoia. They were alive, but subtly broken, living in a reality that felt subtly, fundamentally wrong. Their only shared experience was the one they couldn't articulate, the dream that echoed the same scene. Microhook. They couldn't remember the sleep, but the dream was now the deepest part of their memory. Decades passed since the chaos and disaster that had befallen Iliamna. The snow fell, obscuring the past. But the Earth keeps its secrets, and one retired satellite photo analyst, years later, began reviewing low-angle atmospheric data over Iliamna region, noticing faint, unnaturally geometric patterns under the fresh snowfall, lines that seemed too precise, too rigid for nature, confirming that the entire town had been marked as a permanent, closed laboratory. Decades passed over Iliamna. The scars of the 2 sleeps, the initial paralysis, and the brutal synchronizing second sleep were hidden not by time, but by the relentless, quiet efficiency of the official cover-up. The carbon monoxide tragedy became a footnote in regional health reports, a simple non-conspiratorial explanation that satisfied the superficial curiosity of the outside world. The townsfolk, now 2 generations removed from the event, lived lives shadowed by their collective temporal dislocation and generalized paranoia. They never spoke of the 9 missing days, yet they all knew a truth their conscious minds refused to acknowledge. This forbidden knowledge manifested in the unconscious. The most compelling evidence of the conspiracy lay in the dream everyone drew, the collective artistic expression of their deep-seated memory. The art class in the Iliamna school, year after year, produced an unnervingly similar recurring motif, a simple, crudely drawn circle of lights over a frozen lake. It was the unedited, shared footage of the geological anchor being activated, the final visual they all carried into the long silence. The circle was the metallic resonance disk Silas Rourke had failed to destroy. The lights were the spectral shimmer of the massive energy spike flowing from the fault line beneath the ice. The shared dream was the ultimate psychological proof. The entire town's subconscious had been imprinted with the image of their silent captor. Microhook. The conspiracy was erased from the files, but it was permanently etched into the memory of the town's children. The final fate of Silas Rourke, who plunged from the mining tower, remained officially unresolved, a probable suicide, driven insane by the severe exposure he suffered. The Watchers found the hidden journal, Dr. Volkov's testament to the psychological precursors. They retrieved the fragments of the shortwave radio. The tower was dismantled, its steel melted down, and the geographic location of the military base returned to its decommissioned status. The conspiracy believed the secret was contained, but the Earth, as always, kept the final record.
Years later, a retired satellite photo analyst working on a personal project mapping microgeological shifts in the Alaskan range stumbled upon the low-angle atmospheric images captured during the days immediately following the second sleep. These images were taken before the Watchers' cleanup crew had established their perimeter. The analyst, trained to spot the rigid lines of human construction against the chaos of nature, noticed a faint but definite abnormality beneath the new snowfall over the Iliamna area. It was not a single point, but a vast, complex geometric pattern of interlocking lines and squares, too precise to be natural frost heave or snowdrift. These patterns mirrored the resonance pathways on the disk Silas had seen. The government, in their frantic effort to maintain the containment, had installed a secondary temporary grid of acoustic dampeners around the town, a system of cables or resonators just beneath the topsoil to stabilize the rhythm after the chaos caused by Rourke's interference. These faint patterns, revealed only by the low angle of the satellite's light filtering through the fresh snow, proved that the town had been marked as a permanent, closed laboratory. The town's boundaries were not administrative. They were acoustic. The conspiracy wasn't over. It was simply invisible. Microhook. The most dangerous secrets are not buried deep. They are simply painted on the world in white. The analyst, a cautious man of logic, attempted to cross-reference the geometric patterns with official land surveys. He found nothing. The geometric lines corresponded to no known utilities, roads, or geological features. They were a topological lie, a secret map imposed upon the physical reality of the American soil. He tried to leak the information, sending the images anonymously to a small independent journalist based in Seattle, one of the same journalists Silas Rourke had targeted with his desperate email years earlier. The journalist, who still carried the cryptic memory of Silas's fragmented transmission, recognized the immediate, chilling significance of the patterns. The story never broke wide. The journalist was harassed, the data was dismissed as photo distortion, and the images were quietly removed from public access through a coordinated digital effort. The Watchers, the unseen Warden Committee and their operatives, were still vigilant. They maintained the silence, proving that the ultimate power was not military, but the complete, silent control over documented reality. Iliamna remained frozen in its lie, a town that existed not in the flow of linear time, but in a continuous, rhythmic state of psychological suspension, waiting for the next external event to remind its inhabitants of the horror they had willingly slept through. Retention Bridge, ending transition. The rhythmic hum is still present in the deep Alaskan ground, felt by those sensitive enough to the ELF waves. And though the town hall files are gone and the satellite images suppressed, the children's drawings, the crude circle of lights over the frozen lake, remain, scattered across old elementary school archives, a final, beautiful, and deeply terrifying piece of unwitting proof that nothing truly ended here. The pause button was simply repressed. The silence that now enveloped Iliamna was the sound of perfect enforced inertia. The military presence, the Watchers, had retreated, leaving behind the chillingly clean narrative of carbon monoxide. But beneath the layers of official denial, the town remained a museum of the impossible, a still life of human routine abruptly halted by an unseen, silent command. The scene inside the residential cabins was the most profound testament to the suddenness of the event. The scent of wood smoke was still warm, mingling faintly with the ghostly aroma of a hurried breakfast. The air itself held a sense of suspended activity, a lingering heat trapped beneath the frozen surface of the town's exterior. In the simple, wooden home of the Petersons, near the frozen bay, the tableau was devastating in its normalcy. On the kitchen table, the light from the window cast long, pale shadows across the checkered cloth. Mrs. Peterson was slumped over a ceramic bowl, her hand resting near a spoon that held a single half-raised flake of dry cereal. Her eyes were closed, her face calm, the skin cool to the touch but not frozen. The stove, a robust iron model, still radiated a gentle warmth. A kettle, recently removed from the heat, stood on the counter, a faint plume of residual steam dissolving almost instantly into the cold air of the room. A single coffee cup, heavy and chipped, sat beside Mr. Peterson's armchair. The dark liquid inside, though cold, showed no sign of having been finished. The rim bore the faint, dried texture of a lip print, frozen mid-sip. Microhook. It was the tiny, unfinished details, the flake of cereal, the lip print on the cup, that confirmed the speed of the surrender. This was the core of the psychological horror. It wasn't the devastation of a disaster, but the polite withdrawal of life. No panic, no reaching for a door handle, no final scream, just the absolute, immediate surrender to the deep, silent command. The bodies were there, warm, breathing, but the human will was absent, removed with surgical precision. Investigators, later official ones after the military scrub, were brought in under the guise of an unprecedented medical review. They were doctors, pathologists, and engineers, men and women trained to find chaos, but confronted here with perfect order. Dr. Elias Thorne, a renowned behavioral pathologist from Anchorage, wore heavy insulated gloves, his breath fogging his protective visor, creating a shimmering barrier between him and the unnatural domesticity. He moved through the Peterson home with the slow, meticulous pace of someone observing a sacred, disturbing ritual. He recorded the temperature of the stovetop. He noted the precise angle of the spoon in the bowl. He meticulously documented the level of the coffee in the cup. Every observation affirmed the initial finding. The sleep struck at 6:30 a.m., the moment the rhythmic ELF wave, amplified by the geological anchor under the lake, achieved its critical synchronization. Thorne found himself experiencing a deep, unsettling dissociation. The human mind expects the aftermath of a crisis to be messy, to show resistance. This stillness, this quiet acceptance, was intellectually baffling and emotionally terrifying. It suggested a control so absolute that it preempted fear itself. He placed a tiny sensor near Mrs. Peterson's ear. The reading showed a brainwave pattern unlike anything documented in medical science. A slow, measured, cyclical rhythm, bordering on delta waves, but with brief, sharp spikes of activity. It was a pattern not of natural rest, but of enforced, active monitoring. Microhook. The sleep wasn't rest. It was a conversation the town was having with the silent hum beneath the ice. Thorne moved to the Petersons' bedroom. The beds were unmade, suggesting they had been up and preparing for the day. On the nightstand, next to a well-worn Bible, lay a pair of spectacles. Beneath the spectacles was a small, hand-drawn sketch on a notepad, the recurring motif that had secretly afflicted the entire town. A circle of lights over a frozen lake. Thorne photographed the sketch, his mind reeling. How could a retired couple, known for their pragmatic routine, draw a picture that defied the geography and recent history of the town? The sketch was a piece of forbidden knowledge preserved by the unconscious. It was the dream, made visible.
He realized the core of the mystery lay not in the bodies, but in the information they contained. The sleep was a defensive measure, either biological or enforced, to process or conceal a truth too devastating for the conscious mind to bear. The frozen cups and half-eaten food were the physical evidence of the mind's final, definitive retreat from reality. The psychological undercurrent of the investigation was one of mounting paranoia. The medical team was being watched by the official security detail, the same watchers who had escorted Silas Rourke out of the zone. Thorne knew his official report had to stick to the carbon monoxide lie, but his private notes, stored on an encrypted drive, contained the chilling truth about the rhythmic brainwave pattern and the anomalous sketch. He found himself constantly checking the small radio on his belt. The silence was still present, heavy and profound, but the rhythmic, Subsonic thrum that Silas had detected was now subtly masked by the watcher's heavy equipment and generators, a calculated effort to drown out the sound of the geological rhythm. Microhook. They cleaned up the evidence, but they couldn't scrub the sound out of the air. Thorne and his team moved next to the Iliamna general store. The scene here was equally unsettling. The clerk, Jason, remained slumped against the counter, his mouth slightly ajar. The scent of stale tobacco and old candy hung thick in the air. The cash register, left open, still contained the transaction of the last customer, a purchase of coffee and a packet of chewing gum, finalized at 6:31 a.m. on the counter next to the register. Thorne noticed something the initial military sweep must have overlooked. A small, smooth stone, pale gray with faint reddish veins, resting precisely where Jason's hand would have been moments before the sleep. It was cold to the touch, and it seemed to absorb the light, giving off a strangely flat, dense visual texture. Thorne, an amateur geologist, recognized the stone as an extremely rare volcanic composite found only near active fault lines in this region. Its presence on the counter was highly suspicious. Was it a coincidence? Or was it the last physical object touched by the human consciousness before its retreat? A geological talisman marking the final, ultimate moment of surrender. He quickly pocketed the stone, an act of outright defiance against the protocol, knowing it was the only piece of untraceable geological evidence he would be able to remove from the scene. The security detail was watching his every move, but their eyes were trained to look for paper and electronics, not stones. The investigation continued its slow, hypnotic sweep across the arrested town. Every home presented the same paradox: comfort frozen into terror. In the church, the pastor was found slumped over the pulpit, his sermon notes laid out before him, detailing a final message about the silence of divine judgment, a theme eerily predictive of the town's fate. Thorne realized that the psychological undercurrent was not just paranoia, but a deep shared pre-knowledge, a cognitive awareness of the incoming crisis, driven by the rhythmic elf wave that had slowly saturated their minds for years, leading to the reported auditory stressors and temporal anxiety. The sleep was not just induced, it was the final, inevitable escape from a truth they could no longer ignore. Microhook. The town didn't just fall asleep. It surrendered to the final, silent judgment of a secret they all knew was coming. The last place Thorne visited was the sheriff's station, the scene of the containment initiative. The room was sterile, scrubbed clean by the watchers. The evidence of Sheriff Carter's frantic final moments, the fallen microphone, the coded message, was gone. The only remaining sound was the low, steady hiss from the dead radio, a sound that now symbolized the official, comprehensive lie. However, Thorne found a single, small detail the security detail had missed, perhaps too focused on the high-value electronics. Tucked behind the heavy, immovable base of the old landline phone was a small torn strip of white paper. It was a piece of the sheriff's notepad, hastily ripped off. On it, scrawled in thick black pen, were two words, followed by an aggressive heavy circle that had torn the paper slightly. Not cold. Thorne immediately understood. The Watcher's official lie was carbon monoxide, the cold, silent killer. Carter's final, desperate note contradicted the official narrative, confirming that the cause was something that defied the expected medical reality. It was a truth about the air, the sound, or the internal process of the body itself. The cause was not cold. He pocketed the note, a final, fragile piece of evidence to add to the coded brainwave data and the gray stone. As the sun began to set on the frozen, suspended town, the official evacuation order was given. The townsfolk, still deeply unconscious, were to be transported, still in their sleep, to a classified medical facility for long-term observation. The logistical difficulty of moving an entire community in suspended animation was immense, but the conspiracy demanded total, absolute control over the subjects. Thorne watched as the bodies were carefully placed onto stretchers, their faces serene in the sunset light, carrying the silent truth of the frozen coffee cups and the terrifying shared dream, retention bridge, ending transition. Thorne watched the last helicopter lift off, carrying the motionless bodies and the official lie. He held the gray stone warm in his pocket, feeling the cold seep back into the empty town. He knew the townspeople were gone, but the rhythmic hum was still here, vibrating the permafrost, waiting for its next target. And he realized that the rhythmic brain pattern he had recorded from Mrs. Peterson was not a pattern of sleep, but a pattern of synchronization, and his own brainwave patterns, contaminated by the LF pressure, were now beginning to subtly mimic the same deep repeating beat. The cold, rhythmic thrum of the deep geological hum, now masked by the departing noise of the military transports, was the final sound to settle over the emptied town. Dr. Elias Thorne remained behind, officially tasked with supervising the final decontamination of the scene, but unofficially consumed by the chilling realization that his own neurological system was becoming an extension of the Iliamna phenomenon. The subtle, repeating beat he had recorded in the sleepers was now a faint, internal echo, a low-grade neurological contagion. He was the last conscious witness in a town that had become the perfect metaphor for controlled human fragility. The sensory details were overwhelming. The lingering metallic tang of the ELF wave in the air, the dry, frozen texture of the snow, and the terrifying perfection of the domestic stillness, the half-raised spoon, the untouched packet of chewing gum, the frozen coffee cups. Thorne focused his attention on the sheriff's station one last time. He had the note. Not cold. He had the stone, the dense, pale gray volcanic composite. He had the knowledge of the concealed agenda, the 7-year monitoring operation leading to the containment. His immediate psychological battle was against the temporal anxiety described in Dr. Volkov's journal, the feeling that time was skipping, urging him to rush, to make a mistake, to surrender the evidence he had acquired. He forced himself to move slowly, methodically, fighting the urge to flee. He knew the Watchers would return, not for the town, but for the cleanup of any trace evidence they had missed. He had to create a secondary, untraceable archive. He found the deep crawl space beneath the sheriff's station, a dark, tight space smelling of damp earth and old insulation. Using a small, specialized tool, he created a precise incision in the vapor barrier surrounding the structure's foundation. He placed his evidence deep inside the wall cavity, the not cold note, the anomalous gray stone, and his encrypted drive containing the rhythmic brainwave data and the photos of the children's Circle of Lights drawings. He then resealed the barrier, covering the incision with a smear of mud and frozen debris. The archive was invisible, protected by layers of bureaucratic indifference and physical decay. Microhook. The most dangerous truths are safest when buried in the boring reality of structural flaws. His mind, however, was still struggling with the core philosophical problem presented by the frozen coffee cups, the cessation of individual will. Why did they surrender so completely? Thorne postulated that the ALF rhythm, combined with the psychological stress of the auditory stressors and temporal anxiety, had induced a collective state of ultimate historical fatigue. The townsfolk were not attacked. They were offered an escape, a profound, silent withdrawal from the demands of consciousness and regret. The sleep was the mind's final, desperate attempt to end the trauma of knowing too much about the fragility of their reality. He realized the true target of the weapon wasn't their lives, but their agency. By proving they could be forced into a state of total compliant stasis, the architects of the conspiracy had demonstrated the ultimate form of psychological control. The entire event was a dark historical mirror reflecting the vulnerability of democratic, individualistic societies to a silent, external pressure. He drove his vehicle out of Iliamna as the first snow fell again, a soft, blinding blanket covering the precise, rigid lines of the military's temporary perimeter. The geometric patterns that the satellite analyst would later detect were now forming, hidden by the fresh powder. He returned to Anchorage, a city now feeling too loud, too chaotic, too free. The sheer, messy reality of normal life, the shouting, the traffic, the meaningless chatter, felt like a grotesque violation of the solemn, beautiful stillness he had just left. His official report, submitted under extreme security protocol, confirmed the carbon monoxide diagnosis, meticulously crafting the lie using false atmospheric data. But his inner monologue, his psychological undercurrent, was now entirely consumed by the pursuit of the Warden Committee, the unseen architects who had controlled the timeline and orchestrated the containment. He knew the only way to find them was through the stolen Soviet technology revealed in Silas Rourke's findings, Project Stasis. Thorne used his high-level medical credentials to access the deepest layers of Cold War health archives, searching for any American counterpart to the Soviet research on VLF waves and biological economy. He found a buried, heavily redacted series of reports from the 1970s concerning a little-known branch of the Department of Energy, DOE, involved in high-altitude atmospheric modeling. He found no mention of sleep or mind control, but he did find a series of vague budget requests detailing the construction of ultra-deep subterranean facilities near known geological anomalies, specifically sites rich in the same rare earth minerals found in the gray stone he had pocketed. These facilities were ostensibly built for seismic research, but the funding was channeled directly from the same mysterious, unaudited account linked to the decommissioned military base Silas had identified. Microhook. The government built the prison not in the Arctic but miles beneath the mountains. Thorne began to draw a map connecting the dots. Iliamna, the test site, right arrow. Lake Iliamna, the geological anchor, right arrow, no. The decommissioned military base, the control hub. Right arrow, the subterranean DOE facilities, the power source. He realized the conspiracy was not just local. It was a vast, layered operation designed to leverage geological power for ultimate psychological dominance. The frozen coffee cups were merely the final aesthetic flourish of a decades-long effort to perfect a silent weapon. He made one last desperate attempt to share his findings, not with journalists, but with a highly trusted colleague at Harvard Medical School, a neurologist who specialized in complex sleep disorders and the study of human will. He sent an encrypted package containing the Project Stasis schematics and a detailed analysis of the rhythmic brainwave pattern, omitting any mention of Iliamna or the government cover-up. He framed the findings as a purely theoretical breakthrough in induced conscious suspension. The response was immediate and terrifying. His colleague, Dr. Alistair Vance, did not reply through the secure channel. Instead, Thorne received a standard unencrypted email from a generic administrative address containing only one line of text. The theory is sound, Thorne. The experiment must continue. Thorne felt the world collapse. His trusted colleague was compromised. The Warden Committee had eyes and ears within the academic world, within the very institutions designed to study and protect the human mind. The security was not external. It was endemic. He suddenly understood the full weight of the psychological torture suffered by the townsfolk. The terrifying realization that the institutions of comfort and knowledge were merely parts of the larger machine. Retention bridge, ending transition. Thorne destroyed his computer, his heart pounding with the rhythmic fear that now overshadowed the gentle elf beat. He knew the compromise was complete, and his colleague Dr. Vance had just confirmed the truth of the continuing experiment. The final logical step of the conspiracy was clear. If the subjects are removed, the laboratory must be expanded. And the next target, he realized, wouldn't be a remote Alaskan town, but the academic capital that confirmed the theory. The cold, precise confirmation from his colleague. The theory is sound, Thorne. The experiment must continue, was the final psychological blow. Dr. Elias Thorne, now a rogue element, understood that the Warden Committee was not a shadowy military unit, but a sophisticated, deeply embedded network of scientific and governmental elites who viewed human consciousness as a resource to be regulated, and Iliamna as a successful proof of concept. The frozen coffee cups were not evidence of a tragedy, but a symbol of a perfectly executed silent coup against human autonomy. Thorne was in immediate peril. He had exposed his hand to the very organization he was trying to dismantle. His previous assumption that the threat was confined to the geological anomalies of Alaska was shattered. The contagion of the conspiracy was academic, political, and systemic. He reverted to the primal caution he had witnessed in Silas Rourke's final, desperate flight. He needed to disappear and establish a network of resistance, utilizing the one piece of evidence the academic conspiracy couldn't dismiss: Dr. Volkov's journal. He had left it archived in the deepest part of the mining tower, knowing the military would find the shell of the tower, but not its hidden contents. He flew south. His destination, the decommissioned base, the control hub, located high in the Alaskan range. His plan was reckless, driven by the intense temporal anxiety that now afflicted him. He had to retrieve the journal before the Watchers realized its importance and systematically searched the dismantled tower. The journey was a blur of paranoia and controlled panic. Every silent figure, every lingering gaze in an airport felt like an agent of the Warden Committee. The constant low-elf hum, though distant, was now subtly shaping his perception, lending the world a thin, unreal quality. The same psychological state that had preceded the total surrender in Iliamna. He recognized the feeling. He was being groomed for the same inevitable. Controlled suspension, microhook. His fight was no longer against men in uniforms, but against the creeping surrender of his own mind. He reached the region of the control hub, a vast, desolate mountain landscape cloaked in perpetual mist and frozen silence. The surface infrastructure of the military base was gone, replaced by a smooth, innocent-looking gravel expanse. A perfect architectural lie. Thorne knew the real facility lay thousands of feet beneath the mountain, utilizing the dense rock as a natural shield and power generator, tapping into the deep Earth's resonance. He needed proof of the rhythmic tapping source. He used a specialized seismograph, disguised as geological survey equipment, to conduct ultra-low frequency scans of the mountain. He was searching for the non-seismic artificial pulse that maintained the ELF rhythm. After 2 days of patient, freezing work, he found it, a slow, powerful, mechanical 4-beat oscillation deep within the granite core of the mountain. It was the rhythm of the conspiracy, the heartbeat of the Project Stasis technology, silently counting the seconds of the town's captivity. This confirmed that Iliamna was merely a remote extension of this subterranean clockwork. This discovery brought with it a new psychological torment. The rhythm wasn't just present, it was perfect. Its precision suggested an almost divine, unassailable mastery over time and physics. How could a single man disrupt such a powerful, fundamental force? He realized the architects had designed the conspiracy not just to control the subjects, but to utterly crush the morale of any witness who discovered it, to render them psychologically defeated by the sheer, overwhelming competence of the secret. He turned his focus to the abandoned mining tower,
where he had archived the journal. The site was remote, its steel skeleton a dark, rusted finger against the gray sky. He climbed the cold, ringing ladder, the metal groaning under his weight. The vertical pipe where he had hidden the journal was still there, untouched. He retrieved the leather-bound book, the pages brittle and damp from the internal moisture of the steel. The journal was the final, authentic human record of the trauma. It contained the details of the sensory precursors, the mirroring hallucinations, and the profound sense of regret that had led to the final, necessary sleep. As he descended, holding the journal tightly, the weather broke. A sudden, violent downdraft from the mountains slammed into the tower, whipping the wind into a frenzy. And in the wind, Thorn heard it, a sound that was not the wind, not the rhythmic hum, but a faint, high-pitched whining, the sound of surveillance drones descending rapidly from the clouds. Microhook. The wind carried the sound of the Watchers' return, and their patience had run out. He was pinned. They had found the abandoned snow vehicle, followed the seismic activity he had generated, and were now closing in with lethal precision. Thorn knew he could not escape with the journal. If he was captured, the physical book would validate all his claims and destroy the carbon monoxide lie forever. But if he was killed and the journal was found on his person, it would simply be classified and burned. He made a final, desperate psychological decision that leveraged the town's central symbol, the frozen coffee cups. He realized the true value was not in the content of the cups, but in the implication of the paused routine. He ran toward the nearby abandoned ranger station, a simple wooden shack used decades ago. He burst inside, ignoring the cold and the stale air. He found an old, massive iron stove and a partial can of dried kerosene. He opened the journal to the most crucial, telling page, the final, frantic entry detailing the circle of lights over the frozen lake. He carefully tore out this page, and only this page, folding it into a tiny, dense square. Then he placed the massive leather-bound book, the remainder of Dr. Volkov's testament, deep inside the cold black cavern of the iron stove. He poured a small amount of kerosene over the book. The whining of the drones was deafening now, the searchlights cutting through the dust and mist. Thorn lit a single match. The kerosene caught instantly, flaring up with a choking, violent heat. The leather began to crackle and warp, but the mass of the pages, tightly pressed, would take hours to burn to ash. Microhook. He didn't destroy the truth. He turned it into a desperate, smoky signal. He slipped out the back window just as the Watchers' entry team burst through the front door. The last thing they saw was the uncontrolled, furious fire consuming the book, a fire that violated the Watchers' primary protocol of absolute, clean containment. The soldiers would be forced to extinguish the fire and salvage the paper before it was destroyed, buying Thorn precious minutes. He ran toward the nearby river, now partially frozen. His last piece of evidence was the small, folded page, the map of the psychological collapse. He found a stretch of open, fast-moving water near the bank. He used the small, smooth gray stone he had taken from the counter of the general store, the geological talisman. He used it to secure the folded journal page. He placed the stone and the paper into the stream, allowing the current to catch the makeshift capsule. He watched the tiny package float away, an untraceable, non-electronic message carried by the natural flow of the Alaskan water system. It was a final desperate act of dissemination, ensuring the truth would enter the wider world's chaotic information streams, proving that the frozen coffee cups were never about carbon monoxide. Retention bridge. Ending transition. Thorn hid in the freezing shadows beneath the riverbank, watching the drones circle the burning ranger station. He had traded his life for the chance to let the truth float away. As the cold water numbed his feet, the rhythmic sound of the subterranean clockwork in the mountain seemed to intensify, now accompanied by a sudden faint clicking, the sound of an ultra-precise camera shutter activating deep beneath the ice. The sudden, chilling sound of the ultra-precise camera shutter clicking deep beneath the ice was not a sound that Thorn could have heard with his ears. It was a psychological phenomenon, a final intrusion of the ELF-induced paranoia that was now peaking in his mind. The clicking sound was the rhythmic manifestation of the Warden Committee's total surveillance, the confirmation that every single act of resistance, every piece of evidence, every private thought was being cataloged and archived in the subterranean hub. The rhythm was not just a mechanism for sleep, it was a mechanism for recording. The frozen coffee cups, the half-eaten cereal, the positions of the bodies, all of it was data. Iliamna was not a prison, it was a massive, meticulously archived database of human stasis. The rhythmic tapping was the constant, unseen maintenance of the hard drive. He felt the freezing river water seep into his clothing, the cold as a sharp contrast to the psychological heat of his discovery. His core instinct was to retreat, but the cognitive noise of the clicking combined with the low, persistent hum from the mountain drove him forward. He had to assume his life was forfeit, and that his only remaining duty was to ensure the geological talisman he had set afloat reached an inhabited coast. Microhook. They didn't just put the town to sleep, they made it the star of a 7-year-long, unblinking surveillance video. The Watchers eventually located Thorn near the river. There was no negotiation, no command to surrender. They moved with the cold, silent efficiency of executioners. Thorn was captured, his body weak, his mind already battered by the relentless, rhythmic psychological pressure. He was transported not back to Anchorage, but directly to the subterranean control hub beneath the mountain, the source of the rhythmic tapping. The journey was made in complete sensory deprivation, a deliberate act of psychological torture designed to break the mind's final resistance. When he was finally brought into the facility, the site was one of sterile, terrifying order. It was not a conventional military base. It was a laboratory. Massive, soundproof chambers filled with blinking arrays of Cold War-era electronic equipment and banks of humming, non-conventional power generators. The air was dry, conditioned, and smelled faintly of ozone and old machine oil. At the center of the largest chamber was the master clock, a colossal antique-looking mechanical device, its gears turning with agonizing slowness, generating the ultra-low frequency rhythm that permeated the entire region. It was not a computer, it was a mechanical metronome of human consciousness. The rhythmic tapping was audible here, a deep, physical thud that vibrated through the floor. Standing before the metronome was Dr. Alistair Vance, Thorn's colleague from Harvard, the man who had confirmed the theory. Vance was dressed in a simple gray utility suit, his face calm, illuminated by the cold blue light of the surrounding consoles. "You should have adhered to the containment protocol, Elias. Your paranoia, while theoretically sound, was inefficient. The theory must continue." Thorn understood the profound betrayal. Vance was not compromised. He was a founding member of the Warden Committee, the academic mind that had provided the ethical and theoretical framework for the project. "The lie of the frozen coffee cups," Thorn managed to whisper, his voice rough and dry. "The carbon monoxide, the people are not sick, they are prisoners of your rhythm." Vance smiled, a small, cold expression of scientific devotion. "Prisoners? No. They're in a state of optimal psychological economy. We eliminated their regret, their anxiety, their political friction.
We place the entire community in a state of stasis, the ultimate defense against societal collapse. We created the perfect controlled human environment. Vance explained the full scope of the forbidden knowledge. The rhythmic tapping was not just a sleep inducer. It was a subliminal psychological stabilizer. It kept their hearts beating, their minds empty, and their potential for political or emotional resistance at zero. It was the perfect silent weapon of domestic control. Microhook. They didn't just put the town to sleep. They made it the star of a 7-year-long unblinking surveillance video. Vance then led Thorne to a massive screen displaying the region's topographical map. The screen was overlaid with the geometric patterns that the satellite analyst had seen, the acoustic dampeners. "We knew they would return," Vance continued, pointing to the spot where Silas Rourke had been captured. "The true subjects of the experiment were not the people of Iliamna, but the witnesses, Silas Rourke, Dr. Volkov, and now you. We needed to test the resilience of the mind against the truth." Thorne realized the profound truth of the second sleep. It had not been a calibration. It was
The sound filled the sterile chamber, the deep thud, 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 thud. And then a new, chilling sound, the faint, residual clicking of the subterranean camera shutter, now clearly audible in the background of the recovered tape. Vance looked at Thorne with cold triumph. The master archive is complete. We have the data on the onset, the resistance, the external interference, and the psychological surrender. Thorne, defeated but not broken, thought of the small, folded paper floating down the Alaskan River, the page from the journal, secured by the geological talisman. The physical truth was still in play. "You have the data," Thorne managed, "but you can't contain the regret that created the sleep. It is a human truth your machine cannot erase." Vance smiled, turning back to the rhythmic metronome. "Regret, Elias, is simply a function of inefficient memory processing. We will optimize it." Retention bridge ending transition. Thorne was led away, his mind now calm, strangely accepting of the relentless, powerful rhythm. He was no longer fighting the sound. He was listening to it, seeking the flaw in the perfect mechanical beat. And as the steel door slid shut behind him, sealing him in the sterile quiet, he thought of the geological talisman floating south, a single, small gray stone carrying the heavy secret of a frozen, sleeping town, destined for a distant, unsuspecting coast. The steel door of the detention chamber slid shut with a soft hiss, sealing Dr. Elias Thorne into a clean, soundproofed void. Yet the chamber was not entirely silent. Beneath the floor, vibrating through the massive granite foundations of the mountain, was the omnipresent, rhythmic thud, 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 thud of the master metronome, the mechanical heartbeat of the Project Stasis technology. Thorne realized the prison was not the walls, it was the rhythm. His captors wanted him to be fully immersed in the sound, to force the final, total neurological synchronization that had claimed Iliamna. But Thorne's scientist's mind, fortified by the knowledge of Dr. Volkov's journal, was resisting. He used the rhythm not as an oppressor, but as a subject of study. He focused on the tiny, almost imperceptible variations in the beat, the flaws that betrayed the machine's ultimate lack of life. His final encounter with Dr. Vance confirmed the terrifying ambition of the Warden Committee. The project was designed to eliminate the inherent, chaotic vulnerability of human nature, the tendency towards regret, anxiety, and political fracture, by imposing a state of optimal psychological economy. The frozen coffee cups were the perfect image of a society preserved from its own self-destruction. Thorne knew his physical resistance was impossible. His only remaining weapon was the truth of the conspiracy, now traveling south in two forms: the anonymous digital message Rourke had sent, and the physical geological talisman that he had set adrift. He began to search the sterile chamber for anything that could act as a transmitter. The walls were smooth, the ventilation system sealed. He found only one anomaly, a small, almost invisible seam in the floor panel near the exterior wall, a deliberate flaw left by the original construction team, perhaps a maintenance access point. He wedged a broken piece of plastic from his wristband into the seam. He knew the Watchers' surveillance was constant, but he relied on their procedural arrogance, the assumption that a captured subject would only attempt to escape, not to communicate. He used the plastic shard to amplify the vibrations coming through the granite floor. He was now operating on the same principle as the ELF receiver, turning vibration into information. He listened to the rhythmic thud, attempting to find the harmonic frequency that could carry a message. Microhook. His prison was his final laboratory, and the rhythmic beat was his last connection to the outside world. He began to tap a counter-rhythm against the wall, a precise, predetermined pattern based on a forgotten, high-level naval cipher. It was a pattern of information so obscure, so specialized, that only a highly trained, Cold War-era analyst would recognize it. He tapped. The rhythm is 4-4. The source is Project Stasis. The target is memory. He repeated the sequence dozens of times, sending the precise, coded vibration through the granite structure, past the silent, methodical turning of the master metronome. It was a desperate, tiny message of resistance, transmitted through the conspiracy's own framework. Hours passed. The door remained closed. The rhythm continued its relentless, monotonous count. Thorn began to lose track of time, the rhythmic thud threatening to overwhelm his consciousness. He fought the urge to close his eyes, to surrender to the optimal psychological economy. Then, through the sound-dampened chamber, he heard it. A return signal, not a voice, not a physical vibration, but a subtle, almost instantaneous spike in the rhythm. A hiccup in the master clock, followed by a return to the perfect beat. It was a single, tiny, non-verbal acknowledgement of his cipher. The Watchers were listening, but someone else, an operative within the Warden Committee's own network, had recognized the code and confirmed receipt of the message. The conspiracy had been infiltrated. Thorn felt a rush of adrenaline, a profound sense of agency returning. He had failed to stop the second sleep, but he had succeeded in injecting the truth into the very bloodstream of the system. His capture was now his final, ultimate act of dissemination. The rhythmic thud continued, but now, for Thorn, it carried a double meaning: the sound of his prison and the sound of his final, ticking hope. Retention bridge, ending transition. Thorn was led away, his mind now calm, strangely accepting of the relentless, powerful rhythm. He was no longer fighting the sound. He was listening to it, seeking the flaw in the perfect mechanical beat. And as the steel door slid shut behind him, sealing him in the sterile quiet, he thought of the geological talisman floating south, a single, small gray stone carrying the heavy secret of a frozen, sleeping town, destined for a distant, unsuspecting coast where the unassuming, gray stone would inevitably be found, proving that the frozen coffee cups were never about sickness, but silent, psychological surveillance. The air above Iliamna, long a territory of deep, unsettling quiet, was violently shattered by the chopping roar of the rescue helicopters. They descended through the lingering fog, their massive rotors kicking up plumes of crystalline snow, announcing the arrival of the external, logical world. These were not the silent, efficient military watchers. This was the official, civilian response, a medical and scientific task force dispatched from Anchorage, believing the official lie of acute carbon monoxide poisoning. On board the lead helicopter was Dr. Anya Sharma, a renowned neurologist specializing in rare, environmentally induced sleep disorders. She carried the sharp,
antiseptic scent of her specialized equipment and the cool confidence of a mind trained to solve biological puzzles. Yet as the aircraft descended over the silent town, a primal unease, deeper than the Alaskan cold, began to prickle at her professional composure. The scene below, viewed through the helicopter's vibration-rattled window, was a study in profound cognitive dissonance. The homes looked whole, smoke still curled gently from the chimneys, and the snow was unmarked by any signs of panic or struggle. The town was not destroyed, it was paused. The team landed on the frozen lake, the solid thud of the skids, a jarring violation of the silence that seemed to have collected over the ice. Sharma stepped out into the frigid air. The scent of kerosene and old smoke, residual from the brief fire at the ranger station during Rourke's final act, was faint but distinct, a smell that had nothing to do with faulty furnaces. Her equipment, highly sensitive to atmospheric anomalies, immediately registered the subtle density of the air, a pervasive, low-level static charge that felt strangely heavy against the skin. It was the residual electric residue of the massive energy spike that had fueled the second sleep. They arrived looking for smoke, but found only the lingering scent of unnatural energy. Sharma and her team, clad in bright, visible orange hazard suits that contrasted harshly with the gray landscape, entered the town's center. The atmosphere was one of immediate, deep dread. The silence was complete, lacking even the normal rustle of wind or the creak of freezing wood. They first approached the Iliamna diner, the scene preserved exactly as Sheriff Carter had left it days prior, now a meticulously documented crime scene under the official lie. Sharma peered through the glass, her breath clouding the lens of her visor. She saw the frozen coffee cup, the half-eaten breakfast, and Mr. Alastair slumped at the counter. The sight was the ultimate professional challenge, a medical crisis without pathology. She ordered the first subject to be retrieved. The cook, Maggie.
Sharma placed a portable EEG helmet on Maggie's head. The display immediately showed the rhythmic, cyclical brain pattern that Dr. Thorne had privately recorded before his capture. Slow delta waves, punctuated by sharp, precise spikes. It was the rhythm of a mind being externally regulated, not one in natural sleep. This was the first moment the official scientific community encountered the forbidden knowledge. Sharma, looking at the unnatural precision of the spikes, felt a profound, chilling sense of betrayal in the data. This was not illness, it was engineering. She turned to her chief technician, Dr. Chen. "Run a full-spectrum analysis on the ambient audio. I want to know if there's any frequency below 10 Hz, anything at all." Chen looked skeptical, his training rooted in visible, palpable evidence. 10 Hz, doctor. That's barely sound. That's geology." "Exactly," Sharma murmured, the word carrying the full weight of the unspoken conspiracy. She suspected the carbon monoxide was a cover for a geo-acoustic attack. Microhook. They were sent to check the lungs, but the secret was vibrating in the ground. They moved to the schoolhouse. The sight of the children, motionless, their faces peaceful yet profoundly absent, inflicted a deeper emotional toll. On one desk, a textbook remained open to a section detailing the Louisiana Purchase, a historical moment of vast territorial acquisition and inevitable psychological displacement. The symbolism was stark. The town had been purchased into a silent state of stasis. Sharma examined the little girl with the tightly clenched hand, the one who had attempted to resist the surrender. The knuckles were still white, a physical testament to the defeated will. She ran a full chemical panel on the air, the water, and the residual dust in the classroom. All results came back clean, utterly refuting the official carbon monoxide lie. The lie was exposed, but the true mechanism remained hidden. As Dr. Chen's preliminary audio analysis came back, his face was pale. "Doctor," he whispered, pointing to a subtle, erratic line on the display. "It's below 5 Hz. It's not a continuous wave. It's a 4-beat rhythmic pulse. Slow, deep, like a very distant clock." Sharma felt the sudden and terrifying confirmation of the truth Thorne had died trying to disseminate. The rhythmic tapping was real. It was the pulse of the Project Stasis metronome, the silent clock of the conspiracy. She realized the rescue mission was already compromised. The military presence that had left days earlier was the same entity that had created the rhythmic pulse. They were not here to solve a crisis. They were here to officially confirm the lie, providing a civilian veneer to the Watchers' cleanup. Sharma made a quick, decisive move that defied protocol. She separated from the main team, feigning a need to check the residential sector alone. She went to the sheriff's station, the presumed epicenter of the chaos. She knew the military had scrubbed the site, but she was looking for the residue of human resistance. She found the recently resealed incision in the foundation wall, the secret archive created by Dr. Thorne. She recognized the methodical, precise repair, realizing that whoever created this hiding spot was a professional, a fellow rogue scientist. She pulled the hidden contents, the not cold note, the gray geological stone, and the encrypted drive. The discovery immediately shifted her psychological undercurrent from investigator to conspirator. She now held the complete arc of the town's resistance, the sheriff's final warning, the geological evidence of the ELF anchor, and the rhythm data. She knew the Watchers were listening. Her helicopter's communications were compromised. She could not speak the truth. She returned to the main team, placing the gray stone and the encrypted drive into a sterile sample bag, labeling it with a false code, ambient sedimentary analysis. Microhook. They were sent to check the lungs, but the secret was vibrating in the ground. As the team prepared to lift off with the unconscious bodies, Dr. Chan approached Sharma. "Doctor, I can't explain it, but that rhythm, it's fading rapidly. It seems to have been strongest during the time of the initial event." Sharma knew why. The Watchers, realizing the rescue team had detected the rhythmic pulse, were now deliberately shutting down the master clock in the subterranean hub, masking the final evidence. The entire region was falling into absolute, total, unmonitored silence. But the danger was immediate. The removal of the external rhythmic stabilizer could cause an uncontrolled, catastrophic awakening in the sleepers. Retention bridge ending transition. As the helicopter lifted off, the rhythmic pulse faded to an imperceptible nothingness. Dr. Sharma looked down onto the empty town, the perfect stillness broken only by the swirling snow. And in the sudden, total void of the rhythmic sound, she saw the first sleeper begin to stir. A violent, sudden twitch of the head mid-schoolhouse window, the inevitable, uncontrolled return to consciousness. The true psychological chaos was about to be unleashed. The rhythmic external pulse that had held Iliamna in its silent grip was gone, replaced by the profound, unmonitored silence of the emergency medical facility in Anchorage. Here, under the glare of fluorescent lights, the psychological chaos began. The removal of the rhythmic tapping had triggered an unstable, uncontrolled awakening in the transferred population. One by one, the sleepers began to stir, their bodies convulsing, their minds struggling to process the profound temporal dislocation of the lost 9 days. The air in the sterile ward was thick with a new chaotic sound, the low, generalized sound of distressed breathing, murmuring, and the frantic movement of medical personnel. The psychological horror of Iliamna had traded the stillness of the Arctic for the clamor of the city. Amid the rising wave of involuntary wakefulness, however, one small figure remained profoundly, unnervingly still. Eliza, a 7-year-old girl found slumped over her history book in the Iliamna schoolhouse. While the other children thrashed, coughed, and gasped their way back to a fractured reality, Eliza lay motionless on the clinical cot, her skin pale, the fine hairs on her forehead damp with an internal fever that defied the surrounding cold. Dr. Anna Sharma, having successfully smuggled the geological stone and the encrypted drive into the facility, focused her entire being on Eliza. The girl was the single, unyielding anomaly. Her condition was not just sleep, it was biological devotion to stasis. Sharma ran a new EEG. The results were terrifying. While every other patient's brain pattern showed chaotic, accelerating spikes, Eliza's registered a pattern that was completely flat, except for a single, rhythmic, incredibly high-frequency sine wave that was so subtle it was almost noise. It was not the rhythm of the conspiracy, but the rhythm of an internalized defense mechanism. Microhook. They tried to make her sleep, but she stole their clock and kept it hidden in her own mind. Sharma checked her vitals. Her respiration was almost nil, just the faintest movement of the chest cavity. Her heartbeat was irregular, slow and deep, skipping beats in an unnerving, deliberate pattern, a pattern that mirrored the missing beats in the rhythmic tapping after Silas Rourke's interference. Then there were her eyes. When Sharma gently lifted one eyelid, Eliza's pupil was completely dilated, vast and black, absorbing the harsh ceiling light without the slightest contraction. It was the eye of a mind that was not really unconscious, but vastly open to an internal, unseen reality. Sharma felt a paralyzing psychological dread. Eliza was not failing to wake, she was refusing to wake. Her body had achieved a state of self-imposed continuous stasis, driven by an overwhelming internal command that superseded the external ELF rhythm. Sharma realized that Eliza was the girl whose hand was found tightly clenched on her desk. She was the one who had resisted the surrender most fiercely. And in that final, desperate moment of resistance, her mind had achieved the ultimate act of psychological defiance. It had stolen the rhythm of the conspiracy and internalized the control. Eliza was now the living embodiment of the Project Stasis technology. She was the human core of the silent weapon. Sharma discreetly accessed the encrypted drive she had taken from the sheriff's station, Dr. Thorne's final data, cross-referencing the high-frequency sine wave with the archived files on induced hallucinations. She found a single, heavily redacted mention of a theoretical cognitive feedback loop in the Soviet Project Stasis schematics, a mechanism where the subject, under extreme psychoacoustic pressure, could achieve a reverse effect, becoming the receiver and transmitter of the stabilizing frequency. Microhook. They tried to make her sleep, but she stole their clock and kept it hidden in her own mind. The full scope of the forbidden knowledge struck Sharma with the physical force of the Arctic wind. The Warden Committee hadn't just created a weapon, they had created a paradoxical biological amplifier, and that amplifier was now lying unresponsive on a cot in her medical ward. If Eliza woke up in this state, her amplified internalized frequency could potentially re-induce the mass stasis on the entire population of Anchorage, an uncontrollable, catastrophic expansion of the experiment. The sheer terrifying vulnerability of the entire city was now hinged on the internal state of a 7-year-old girl. Sharma kept her discovery absolutely secret, even from Dr. Chen. She knew the Watchers, the Warden Committee, would soon realize that their greatest prize was not the compliant sleepers,
but the unresponsive anomaly who had internalized the system. She had to find a way to desynchronize Eliza without causing a catastrophic psychological break. Her medical training offered no solution. She needed an antidote to the rhythmic beat. She remembered the geological evidence. The gray, pale stone she had recovered from the general store, the volcanic composite from the fault line near the ELF anchor. If the rhythmic sound was geology weaponized, perhaps the antidote lay in geology neutralized. Sharma performed a crude, private experiment. She placed the gray stone on Eliza's chest. The effect was subtle, but immediate. The high-frequency sine wave in the EEG immediately dipped, becoming erratic, struggling against the passive, dense geological material. The stone was absorbing the psychic energy. The psychological undercurrent of the investigation had shifted from scientific discovery to a deep, profound devotion to this one child. Sharma saw in Eliza the final, tragic victim of the conspiracy, a victim who had weaponized her own surrender. However, as the high-frequency sine wave struggled against the stone, Eliza's physiological systems reacted violently. Her skin flushed crimson, her body tensed, and her heartbeat became severely irregular, skipping beats in a painful, distressed rhythm. Her large, dilated pupils began to flicker rapidly, as if the mind trapped inside was cycling through visual data at an impossible speed. Sharma realized the full complexity of the psychological defense. The internal rhythm was protecting Eliza's mind from the traumatic memory of the 9 days of stasis. Breaking the rhythm meant forcing her consciousness to process the entire compressed horror of the conspiracy at once. The question became not how to wake her, but should she be woken at all? The internal stasis was a refuge. Suddenly, a team of official government agents, smooth, efficient, and wearing unmarked civilian clothes, swept into the ward. Led by a man whose face was familiar from the high-level security meetings, Mr. Hayes, a high-ranking official from the Department of Energy, the same department linked to the subterranean facilities. Hayes walked straight to Eliza's cot, ignoring the rest of the medical chaos. "Dr. Sharma," he said, his voice cold and commanding, "this subject is designated Project Null. She is being immediately transferred to a classified DOE facility for advanced stabilization. She is no longer under your jurisdiction. Sharma felt the sudden, crushing reality of the Warden Committee's reach. They had been watching her every move, waiting for the moment the anomaly was confirmed. They knew about the amplifier. Retention bridge, ending transition. Sharma looked at Eliza's twitching body, then down at the geological stone resting on her chest, realizing the stone was the only weapon the DOE agent didn't know about. As the agents moved to lift the cot, Sharma quietly slid the stone off Eliza and into her own pocket, resolving to pursue the girl to the classified facility. But as she did so, she glanced at Eliza's face, and in the space between two flickering pupils, she saw a single, clear tear track dragged down her temple, and heard faintly a tiny, raw whisper from the girl's lips. A word that would become the core of the entire investigation. Counting. The awakening was not a gentle return from rest. It was a violent, collective birth into confusion. The central ward of the Anchorage facility, where the sleepers of Iliamna lay, filled with the harsh sound of gasping and fractured memories. Their minds, violently disconnected from the rhythmic beat and the stasis, struggled to re-anchor in linear time. The scent of ozone and antiseptic mixed with the immediate sharp human odor of panic. The townspeople did not know where they were. They did not know what day it was. They only knew they had been paused. A truth their conscious minds rejected, but their bodies screamed. They were disoriented, nauseous, and deeply, uncontrollably paranoid. Dr. Anya Sharma, having witnessed the capture of Eliza, Project Null, and the subtle internal rhythm of the girl's stasis, was now focused on the collective psychological aftermath. She was searching for the unfiltered truth, the evidence that the Warden Committee could not erase with its official carbon monoxide lie. That truth, she suspected, lay buried in their shared subconscious. As the patient stabilized, therapy began. And here, the true, horrifying uniformity of the experience was revealed. The townsfolk, speaking individually and without prompting, began to describe identical dreams. The dream was not a narrative. It was a profound sensory experience. It was the memory of the rhythmic beat transformed into an internal visual and auditory phenomenon. The entire town had lived the same secret life while they slept. The dream always began with a sensation of deep, profound cold, not the exterior cold of Alaska, but an interior chill that seemed to emanate from the bones. Then came the sound, a wind inside the skull, a constant low-frequency whisper that was not language but pure rhythm. It was the sound of the ELF wave amplified by the human consciousness. Next, the visual. They all described being in the same place, an expansive black void that was somehow perfectly lit, and in the center of the void, they were forced to watch a single, recurring image projected against the darkness. A slowly rotating circle. The circle was metallic and intricate, covered with precisely carved lines. It was the resonance disk, the geological anchor that sustained their captivity. The psychological impact of this shared dream was immense. It proved that the Project Stasis weapon was not just physical, it was designed to implant a unified, controlled memory during the period of stasis. The sleepers were not just dormant, they were actively being educated by the rhythm, forced to observe the mechanism of their own psychological defeat. Sharma gathered dozens of accounts from the awakening population, the fishermen, the post office clerk, the children, and Mrs. Peterson. Every single account confirmed the three elements: the internal wind, the black void, and the rotating metallic circle. Sharma realized the Warden Committee's final goal was not just containment, but subliminal psychological restructuring. By forcing the community to internalize the image of the mechanism of control, the conspiracy was ensuring that even when awake, the community would carry the subconscious knowledge of their vulnerability. The dream was not a memory of fear, it was a lesson in obedience. The deepest terror lay in the dream's emotional content, a profound, inescapable sense of regret. They all spoke of a crippling feeling of having made a wrong choice, an agonizing historical error that had led to the final, quiet judgment. This echoed Dr. Volkoff's notes on temporal anxiety, the feeling that they were living in a flawed timeline. The dream wasn't showing them the truth of the experiment, it was showing them the justification for their captivity. The psychological undercurrent was clear. The Warden Committee believed that human self-determination was too risky. The sleep and the dream were attempts to reset the human psyche, removing the tendency toward chaotic free will and replacing it with acceptance of controlled order. The dream was the ultimate psychological propaganda. Sharma used the smuggled geological stone, the small, gray, volcanic composite, in her secret study of the dreamers. She placed the stone near the temple of one of the awakening fishermen while he was describing the wind inside the skull. The effect was instantaneous. The fisherman's voice faltered, and his eyes, though open, lost focus, and he cried out, "The wind stopped! The wind, it's just silence now!" The stone was a piece of the earth that had been weaponized, could also dampen the psychic residue of the ELF wave. It acted as an acoustic buffer for the mind, momentarily freeing them from the internalized rhythm. This confirmed Sharma's terrifying theory. The rhythmic tapping, though physically removed, had left a neurological scar, a residual, oscillating frequency in the human brain that continued to replay the controlled dream, keeping them psychologically tethered to the experiment.
Sharma knew she was in a race against time. She had to locate Eliza, Project Null, who was the amplified, living core of the rhythm, and she had to find a way to permanently erase the rhythmic scar from the hundreds of minds now reliving the identical nightmare. She used the recovered data from the encrypted drive, cross-referencing the rhythmic frequency with known geological data for the area near Iliamna. She was no longer looking for the machine. She was looking for the natural flaw in the geology that allowed the ELF wave to be amplified in the first place. Microhook. The perfect prison must have a geological key. Her research led her to a disturbing conclusion. The unique mineral composition near the frozen lake created a natural resonance chamber. The Warden Committee had not created the energy, but had found a way to tune the Earth itself into a massive silent radio, a giant passive transmitter of psychological control. The final piece of the puzzle lay in the raw acoustic data from Sheriff Carter's last transmission. While the rhythmic pulse was the sound of the clock, the faint, high-frequency whine heard just before the static burst was something else, a signal of disruption. Sharma realized that Silas Rourke's chaotic broadcast had not just destabilized the system, it had briefly introduced a counter-frequency, a sound that violently fractured the dream. The only way to save the townsfolk from the recurring nightmare was to find a way to safely, precisely reintroduce that acoustic chaos and permanently burn out the rhythmic scar in their minds. She looked at the sleeping faces of the townspeople, their expressions shifting between confusion and the deep, silent terror of the identical nightmare. She knew she had to take the risk. Retention bridge. Ending transition. Sharma carefully placed the geological stone back into her pocket, resolving to use its unique dampening qualities to protect herself while building the counter-frequency device. She looked at the schematic of the rogue broadcast Rourke had made, a chaotic, violent signal, and then at the fragile minds of the sleepers. The challenge was immense. How to create a controlled explosion of sound that would destroy the dream but not destroy the dreamer. The answer, she realized, might be found in the one thing the Warden Committee never controlled, the air that buzzed. The silence of Iliamna had been broken, replaced by the distressed chaos of 100 awakening minds. Yet beneath the confusion,
Beneath the sound of frantic hospital machinery and urgent medical whispers lay the deepest, most persistent truth of the conspiracy: the air that buzzed. This was the continuous, low, sub-audible hum that had permeated the Arctic air, felt by the townsfolk as wind inside the skull, and recorded by measuring devices as a rhythmic, unnatural pressure wave. Dr. Anya Sharma knew that this hum was the environmental fingerprint of Project Stasis. It wasn't the rhythmic tapping of the master clock. That had been the control signal. The constant underlying buzz was the sound of the entire region acting as a passive psychoacoustic amplifier, channeling the ultra-low frequency ELF wave that groomed the population for psychological surrender. Sharma, now operating completely outside the official protocol, had the evidence she needed. The EEG of the recurring rhythmic scar in the sleeper's minds, the geological stone that dampened the psychic energy, and the chilling final word whispered by Eliza: counting. Her mission was clear: neutralize the persistent hum. She had to find a way to destroy the residual field, eliminating the background noise that continued to reinforce the traumatic identical dream in the awakening townsfolk. She returned to the frozen data she had collected earlier. The initial findings of her chief technician, Dr. Chen, who had detected the ambient low-frequency pulse. She now focused on the sensory data from Dr. Volkov's hidden journal, the pre-sleep symptoms of auditory stressors, and the pervasive, heavy static charge in the air. Microhook. The entire town had been living inside a silent electromagnetic fog for years. Sharma theorized that the hum was an electromagnetic byproduct of the ELF wave's immense power, resonating through the rare earth minerals concentrated near Lake Iliamna. The sound was not merely air vibrating, but the earth itself humming. She needed to go back to the source, not the subterranean hub where Vance was, but the geological anchor beneath the frozen lake, the place where the hum reached its critical intensity. Only by disrupting the Earth's natural ability to amplify the signal could the psychological residue be purged. She secured a small, fast research plane, citing the need for a final crucial environmental contamination sweep of the Iliamna region. She took minimal crew, only Dr. Chen, who had already seen enough anomalous data to be a silent, wary accomplice. Crucially, she packed a high-energy directional EMP, electromagnetic pulse, a highly illegal piece of equipment designed to disrupt radio waves, which she intended to aim at the ground. As they flew north, the air outside the plane's reinforced hull became visibly charged. The pilot began complaining of severe, localized static interference and the faint, buzzing sensation in his teeth, the signature of the air that buzzed. Microhook. They were flying into the heart of the humming noise, where physics surrendered to conspiracy. When they arrived over Iliamna, the town was eerily quiet, covered in a fresh, unbroken layer of snow. The only visible anomaly was the vast black expanse of the frozen lake, which seemed to absorb the light, reflecting nothing but the gray sky. Sharma directed the pilot to fly low, tracing the shoreline where the greatest concentration of the rare earth minerals lay. Dr. Chen monitored the specialized acoustic sensors they had rigged to the plane's exterior. The sensors registered the hum instantly, a deep, steady, unchanging 4.5 Hz pulse, the base frequency of the rhythmic tapping. This was the fundamental tone that the master clock had modulated to induce sleep. The sound, when digitally amplified and played back through the cockpit speakers, was physically unsettling, a deep, resonant throb that seemed to press against the internal organs. It was the sound of the Earth's subconscious. Sharma realized that the psychological undercurrent of the conspiracy was one of profound hubris. The Warden Committee had not just experimented on humans, they had attempted to co-opt and weaponize the planet's core geological energies. They saw the Earth not as a home, but as a vast natural machine to be tuned and exploited for social control. She located the precise coordinates where Silas Rourke had fought his final battle, the Fisherman's Ledge, the site of the resonance disk. The area was visibly scarred, the snow showing signs of recent meticulous cleanup by the watchers. She instructed the pilot to execute a low, slow flyover directly above the ledge. As they passed over the scarred ice, Chen's equipment registered a sharp, sudden spike in the 4.5 Hz hum. The sound was momentarily so loud that it felt like an internal migraine, the peak intensity of the humming field. "That's it, Doctor," Chen yelled over the throbbing sound. "The anchor is still active, just dormant. That hum is the field's residual energy." Sharma prepared the EMP generator. Her plan was simple: blast the ELF field with a burst of high-energy chaotic electromagnetic noise. This would violently scramble the residual ELF field, making the geological anchor unstable and effectively detuning the Earth's natural amplifier. It would be a final, irreversible act of acoustic chaos. She was about to send a lightning strike of noise to shatter the silence that had lasted 7 years. She armed the generator, the heavy casing of the device humming with contained, chaotic power. The rhythmic throbbing in the air seemed to intensify, rising in pitch as if the Earth itself was anticipating the attack. Just as she was about to engage the EMP, a new complex signal flashed on the radar. 2 fast-moving aircraft, unmarked, high-performance drones, scrambled from the subterranean hub. The watchers knew she was here. They were protecting their core infrastructure. "We have 2 contacts closing fast," the pilot shouted, fighting the controls as the ambient electromagnetic interference affected the plane's navigation. Sharma ignored the threat. She had seconds. She aimed the EMP generator directly at the ledge coordinates, feeling the weight of the identical dreams of the Iliamna population pressing down on her. She had to destroy the environment that sustained their trauma.
She flipped the switch. A blinding, silent burst of light erupted from the EMP generator, visible for a split second before the electromagnetic field of the region violently rippled. The sound that followed was not a physical explosion, but a profound, instantaneous cessation of the hum. The air that buzzed was dead. The 4.5 Hz throbbing vanished instantly from Chen's sensors. The silence that replaced it was heavy, absolute, and utterly clean. The victory was immediate, but the consequence was catastrophic. The high-energy burst destabilized the magnetic field around the lake, causing a massive, violent crack in the frozen surface directly beneath them. The pilot screamed as the ice fractured, sending a shower of black, cold water into the air. The plane lurched violently, caught in the downdraft. Sharma, clinging to the cockpit frame, looked down at the dark, exposed water, and through the surface chaos she saw something glinting at the bottom of the black water. A small, unnatural circle of metal, half submerged in the deep, freezing water, confirming the exact location of the geological anchor. The chaos of the awakening townspeople slowly subsided, leaving behind not clarity, but a persistent, shared psychological vacancy. The residual ELF hum had been violently purged by the EMP burst, yet the minds of Iliamna remained scarred. Dr. Anya Sharma, having witnessed the failure of the EMP to fully restore them, understood that the true source of the remaining infection was not in the air, but in the pre-existing documentation of the symptoms. She now turned her full attention to the single, most critical piece of authentic human testimony that predated the conspiracy's success: the doctor's hidden notes. This was the leather-bound journal of Dr. Volkov, retrieved and briefly archived by Dr. Thorne, detailing the subtle, terrifying psychological deterioration of the community before the sleep began. The journal was now the central focus of Sharma's investigation, its pages smelling faintly of pine resin and old medical alcohol. It was the only unredacted record of the human cost of the 7-year monitoring operation.
Volkov's handwriting was precise, almost compulsive, betraying the intellectual rigor of a field medic attempting to catalog a phenomenon that defied conventional science. Her entries began almost a year before the first sleep, describing a gradual yet undeniable psychological contagion spreading through the remote community. Microhook. The sleep was the final symptom of a disease that had been growing in the town's silence for years. The first key entry, dated 11 months prior, detailed the strange cluster of auditory stressors. Volkov recorded multiple, independent patient complaints of, quote, a sound like wind inside the skull, a constant, low-frequency whisper that resisted all treatments for conventional tinnitus. Volkov noted that the patients were not distressed by the noise itself, but by the profound loneliness it created. It was a sound that seemed to separate the individual from the shared human experience, a perfect acoustic isolation chamber within the mind. The psychological undercurrent here was the weaponization of isolation. The hum was designed to remove the townspeople from shared reality, grooming them for acceptance of an external command. 3 months later, the notes detailed the terrifying escalation, the mirroring hallucinations. Patients reported fleeting visual disturbances, specifically shadows behind eyelids, or the sensation of another silent figure always standing just at the edge of their peripheral vision. The shadows never acted independently. They mirrored the patient's exact movements, creating a chilling sense of constant internal surveillance. This was the first external sign of the Warden Committee's total control. The subjects were subconsciously internalizing the rhythm and reality of the monitoring. They were dreaming the surveillance even when awake. Volkov recorded her deep fear that these were not true hallucinations, but psychological artifacts being imprinted onto the mind by an external force. Microhook. They were never alone, even in their most private thoughts. The shadow was their own fear reflected back. The journal then chronicled the onset of the debilitating temporal anxiety. This was perhaps the most unsettling symptom. Townsfolk complained of a crippling sensation that, quote, time was skipping, or the seconds were being stolen, leading to an overwhelming, profound sense of regret over past minor decisions. Volkov theorized that the subconscious, detecting the rhythmic, nonlinear flow of the ELF wave, was struggling to anchor itself to a reliable past, resulting in a paralyzing historical fatigue. The loss of memory was directly tied to this anxiety. Patients began experiencing sudden, inexplicable gaps in their memories. Not just minutes, but entire hours of routine activity vanished, leaving a cold, terrifying void of unaccounted time. Sharma, reading this, realized the full, cynical brilliance of the Project Stasis goal. By making the subjects doubt their own past and their ability to perceive time accurately, the conspiracy had engineered the willing psychological surrender that was mistaken for illness. The sleep was the final logical request of a mind tormented by its own unreliability. Volkov's final entries, scrawled on the page before her total collapse, provided the direct link to the central mechanism. She described watching the townspeople gather near the lake, drawn by the light above the ridge, the site of the geological anchor's activation. The final words were not about fear, but about compliance. They know it is here. They are waiting for the quiet. They are not fighting the sleep. They are embracing the escape. They have voted with their minds. Sharma understood that the doctor's hidden notes were the map to the cure. The survivors were now trapped in the identical dream because their brains were still configured to accept the rhythmic hum as reality. To truly cure them, Sharma had to address the underlying psychological conditioning that made them want to surrender. She had to neutralize the regret. Using Volkov's final entry about the town's collective vote, Sharma developed a terrifying hypothesis. The counter-frequency could not just be chaotic noise, as Rourke intended. It had to be a controlled, psychologically meaningful sound, a truth that was so powerful it could re-anchor their minds in a stable, authentic reality. She now possessed the full circle of the conspiracy. The precursor symptoms, Volkov's notes, the mechanism, Thorne's ELF data, and the geological key, the gray stone. Her immediate focus shifted back to Eliza, Project Null.
who is still being held in the classified DOE facility. Eliza's unwavering stasis proved she was the ultimate embodiment of the internalized rhythm. If Sharma could use the geological stone to safely break Eliza's psychological lock, the girl's chaotic, pure mental response might generate the perfect anti-rhythm, the necessary acoustic chaos to permanently shatter the rhythmic scar in the rest of the town. Microhook. The only person who could save the town was the one who had successfully surrendered. Sharma knew the Watchers, led by Vanance and Hayes, would be monitoring her every movement, expecting her to flee or publish. Instead, she chose a path of profound, calculated disruption. She announced her intention to deliver an urgent, classified medical briefing at the site of the original conspiracy, the decommissioned military base, the control hub, claiming she needed to study the local atmospheric factors of the recovered subjects. Her true goal was to get close enough to the subterranean facility to attempt a direct, surgical interference using the geological stone on Eliza, while simultaneously broadcasting a counterfrequency using a device disguised as a medical monitor. The silence of the mountain hub was broken by the quiet, methodical movement of Dr. Anya Sharma. She had successfully infiltrated the perimeter of the decommissioned military base, her hands securing the smuggled geological stone and the high-frequency counter-broadcaster disguised as a medical monitor. Her confrontation with the Warden Committee was imminent, but her final defense lay not in technology, but in the authenticity of the witnesses. She was searching for the physical trace of the last conscious moments of Iliamna, the final shared image that preceded the Great Surrender. The phrase was repeated by the awakening townspeople, a mantra of collective buried trauma. They saw something. This something was the light above the ridge, the celestial, unnatural glow that appeared over the frozen lake the night before the sleep began. It was the visual climax of the conspiracy, the moment the geo-acoustic weapon was fully activated. Sharma knew that the old fisherman, Mr. Alistair, the man found slumped over his frozen coffee cups in the diner, was the key witness. His consciousness, less polluted by education and more attuned to the subtle changes in the natural world, had retained the clearest memory of the light.
The simplest witness often carries the deepest, most dangerous truth. Sharma accessed the full medical files on Alistair, now classified under Project Stasis. His interviews were predictably sterile, attributing his memory of the light to an early stage of carbon monoxide poisoning. But Sharma focused on the gaps in the official record, the unlogged moments when Alistair had been asked to sketch his dreams. She found the drawings, dozens of them, simple, powerful, and deeply disturbing. They were all variations of the circle of lights over a frozen lake, the geometric pattern confirming the site of the geological anchor being activated. But one drawing was different. Scrawled fiercely in dark crayon, it showed the circle of light, and above it, not the calm, silent sky, but a single, massive black shadow that seemed to eclipse the stars. Alistair had not just seen the anchor, he had seen the vessel of the Watchers, the cloaked, high-altitude drone or aircraft that deployed the final surge of energy to activate the full ELF field. The light was the result of the weapon turning on. The shadow was the presence of the wielders. This revelation completely changed the psychological landscape. The terror of Iliamna was not just environmental. It was the chilling, sudden realization that they were actively being watched and deliberately experimented upon by an entity with superior technology. They didn't just see the fire, they saw the hand that held the match. Sharma realized the Warden Committee's true fear was not the leak of the rhythmic frequency, but the leak of the shadow, the visual proof of the perpetrators. Her investigation shifted to the single clue that linked the fisherman's vision to her current location, the decommissioned military base. Silas Rourke's data had identified the base as the control hub, the source of the coded containment message. It was the logical staging ground for the high-altitude surveillance required to deploy the final activation pulse. Sharma knew that deep within the subterranean facility, Somewhere near the master clock existed the master archive, the total visual and acoustic record of the 7-year project, including the high-altitude photographic confirmation of the shadow over the lake. She was moments away from the briefing with Vance and Hayes. She had to use her medical access to force an exposure. She entered the briefing room, a sterile, white chamber deep within the mountain. Vance, the academic, and Hayes, the security operative, were waiting, their faces grim, anticipating her final scientific surrender. Sharma began her presentation not with the official lie, but with the doctor's hidden notes. Volkov's description of the pervasive paranoia and the willing psychological surrender. She used the data to frame the Warden Committee's work as a profound violation of human dignity, not a scientific achievement. Then she projected the fisherman Alistair's drawing, the circle of lights and the massive black shadow. The town didn't surrender to carbon monoxide. It surrendered to the realization that they were deliberately being watched by that which they could not comprehend. They surrendered to the shadow. Hayes, the security operative, immediately flushed, his composure breaking. That is anecdotal, highly subjective. It is collective memory, Sharma countered. And this stone, taken from the geo-acoustic anchor, proves the energy field was localized and artificial. The shadow is real. Microhook. The scientific lie was over. The political panic was just beginning. Hayes abruptly terminated the meeting and ordered Sharma's immediate detainment, but the calculated chaos had been introduced. The sight of the shadow, the literal depiction of the Warden Committee's hidden surveillance, had achieved its intended psychological effect. As the security detail moved in, Sharma executed her final plan. She pressed the high-frequency counter-broadcaster, disguised as a medical monitor, against the large steel ventilation duct leading deeper into the subterranean facility. She only had enough power for one short, chaotic burst. The device screamed a violent electronic shriek that was the antithesis of the rhythmic thud of the master clock. It was a chaotic, high-energy acoustic noise designed to interfere directly with the sensitive surveillance systems deep within the hub. The sudden noise caused a momentary system failure in the facility. Lights flickered, monitors went dark, and the rhythmic thud of the master metronome faltered, emitting a distressed, rapid click-whir thud, a sound of mechanical panic. In that brief, dark moment of system failure, Sharma made her escape, leaving behind the powerful visual of the shadow and the sonic chaos of the counter-broadcast. Retention bridge. Ending transition. She knew the chaos was temporary, but the psychological disruption was complete. She ran down the dark, echoing corridor, her mind focused on one final desperate task, finding Eliza, the girl who carried the internalized rhythm. And as the lights flickered back on, revealing the silent, sterile horror of the subterranean maze, she felt a profound, unnerving sensation. The air that buzzed was now replaced by a faint, clicking rhythm. But this new sound was not mechanical. It was the sound of 1,000 tiny camera shutters activating deep within the mountain. The moment the high-frequency counter-broadcast shattered the subterranean systems of the Warden Committee, a profound, urgent silence fell over the mountain hub. Dr. Anya Sharma, having successfully created an acoustic diversion and planted the seed of the shadow in the minds of the operatives, was now a fugitive in the vast, echoing silence of the classified facility. Her immediate psychological state was of high alert sensory overload. The silence felt less like safety and more like a baited trap. Meanwhile, back in the briefing room, Mr. Hayes, security, and Dr. Vance, academic, were confronted with the visual and auditory proof of their conspiracy's fragility, the fisherman's drawing of the shadow and the disruptive, chaotic energy of the counter-broadcast. Hayes's response was immediate and procedural. He knew the acoustic diversion was the precursor to an attack on the core system. He activated Protocol Blackout, the highest level of physical and informational containment. This was the moment the government team arrived, not to investigate, but to sanitize and erase. Within minutes, the sterile silence of the hub was replaced by the harsh, echoing sound of heavy, reinforced boots on the metal floors. Uniformed men, stripped of all identifying insignias, moved with synchronized, emotionless speed. Their mission was absolute: secure the physical integrity of the master clock and locate and neutralize the rogue operative, Sharma. Microhook. The government didn't send a team to investigate, they sent a team to make the entire event disappear. The first priority of the government team was the central evidence of the conspiracy, the massive master archive, containing the 7 years of acoustic and visual data of Project Stasis. Teams of technicians in thick gray anti-static suits converged on the archive room. They didn't review the data, they executed an immediate total data confiscation. The magnetic tapes, the encrypted servers containing the rhythmic EEG data, and the photographic logs of the frozen coffee cups were systematically removed, placed into heavily shielded containers, and marked for deep, unrecoverable storage. The physical act of confiscation was accompanied by a subtle, insidious psychological tactic: the planting of the official lie. As the teams moved through the facility, they quietly introduced new files into the database, meticulously crafted documents detailing a complex, highly secret atmospheric research project that had simply gone wrong due to an unexpected toxic gas leak. This ensured that even if a fraction of the digital evidence was ever recovered, it would be surrounded by a dense, unassailable layer of official obfuscation. Hayes focused his personal attention on locating ELIZA, Project Null, the unpredictable biological amplifier. He knew that the temporary failure of the rhythmic clock, coupled with the acoustic chaos introduced by Sharma, meant the girl's internalized frequency was now wildly unstable. If she awoke, the psychic surge could be catastrophic. ELIZA was being held in a specialized soundproof chamber designed to dampen external frequencies. Hayes found her cot, now surrounded by a new array of monitoring equipment. Her body was still. Her heart beat with the same unnerving, skipping rhythm. Hayes ordered the girl to be moved immediately to a deep storage facility, a place designed for geological core samples, impervious to acoustic or magnetic interference. The transfer was not for her safety, but for the protection of the conspiracy. She was too valuable and too dangerous to remain near the destabilized hub. The ultimate prisoner wasn't held in a cell, but deep inside the quiet of the mountain.
Meanwhile, Dr. Sharma, having evaded the initial sweep, was moving through the subterranean vents, a dark, tight space smelling of concrete dust and ozone. She carried only the geological stone, now wrapped in her hand, the cold density of the rock a physical anchor against the paranoia. She was searching for a way out, seeking a weakness in the system's external perimeter. She knew the government team would eventually find her. Her only chance was to broadcast the physical evidence. She reached an air conduit that led directly to the mountain's surface, a large, rusting metal shaft. She pulled the geological stone from her pocket, the stone that carried the secret of the LF anchor. She held it against the cold metal of the shaft and began to tap it, a slow, deliberate, non-rhythmic pattern, designed to mimic the seismic chaos of an uncontrolled geological event. She tapped the pattern of her escape, her capture, and the final location of the master archive, translating the full narrative of the conspiracy into a language of seismic irregularity. The watchers on the surface, monitoring the local seismic array for any sign of a destabilized fault line, instantly registered the anomaly, a sudden, non-natural sequence of subaudible taps emanating from deep within the mountain. The government team, the uniformed men, were forced to divert from the hunt for Sharma. They were required to investigate the new, urgent threat to the region's stability. Hayes, realizing the source of the anomaly, ordered the immediate sealing and flooding of all external vents, a desperate, brutal measure to silence the final witness. Microhook. The escape was signaled not by a scream, but by the quiet sound of a stone hitting metal. Sharma, feeling the sudden cold rush of water and compressed air in the vent, knew the end was imminent. She threw the geological stone with all her remaining strength up the shaft, sending the single, heavy piece of physical evidence toward the surface in the open air. The government team found the stone near the vent opening, a piece of unclassified geology that held the key to the entire operation. They confiscated the stone, securing it as unidentified geological sample, ensuring its path would lead straight to the classification archives, where it would be safely buried beneath layers of bureaucratic silence. But the final act of the government team was the most chilling. Having secured the archive, silenced the internal chaos, and neutralized the external threat, the uniformed men simply disappeared. The massive, soundproofed, decommissioned facility returned to its official status: empty. The trucks rolled out, the guards were dismissed, and the entire high-stakes, week-long operation was filed away, leaving no visible trace of the Warden Committee's existence, only the profound, echoing silence of the mountain hub. The lie was complete. The town of Iliamna was a solved case of carbon monoxide poisoning. The Warden Committee was a ghost, retention bridge, ending transition. Inside the sealed, flooded vent, Dr. Sharma closed her eyes, no longer fighting the pervasive silence. She had lost the stone, but she had delivered the coded warning. She allowed the rhythmic beat of the subterranean metronome, now stable and counting its silent measure once more, to wash over her, and in the final seconds of her consciousness, she heard one last faint sound, the distant, rhythmic clack-clack-clack of a train leaving the regional rail yard, carrying the silent frozen bodies of the Iliamna residents to a final, permanent classified medical storage facility, a location known only to the Shadow. The silence that followed the government team's disappearance was temporary, a deceptive calm before a planned, mechanical storm. 3 nights passed in the now empty sealed mountain hub. The rhythmic tapping of the master metronome was once again stable, counting its precise, silent measure. The watchers, led by Vance and Hayes, had purged the evidence, secured the archive, and removed the disruptive elements, including Dr. Sharma and Eliza. But the core challenge remained. The Iliamna residents, now in a classified medical facility, were psychologically fractured, still clinging to the traumatic memory of the identical dream. The Warden Committee needed to enforce total, irreversible psychological stasis. They required a system reboot, a deliberate, overwhelming surge of the ELF frequency designed to erase the memory of the chaos and cement the acceptance of the lie. This required the full activation of the second sleep protocol. In the sterile temporary hospital ward in Anchorage, where the citizens of Iliamna lay in various stages of confused, paranoid wakefulness, the atmosphere was one of profound, generalized unease. They were awake, but their minds felt thin, their reality fragile, susceptible to the smallest suggestion of the rhythmic scar left by the ELF wave. Microhook. They woke up only to realize they were still waiting for the quiet to return. The second sleep protocol was initiated at 3 a.m. It began not with a sound, but with a terrifying, instantaneous surge of internal static, a high-energy spike of the ELF wave transmitted directly from the mountain hub, hitting the regional geological anchor beneath the frozen lake and reverberating across the state. In the Anchorage facility, the lights flickered violently. The air, heavy with antiseptic and fear, suddenly felt dense, vibrating with a low subaudible pressure. The awakened townsfolk screamed, not in terror of the external world, but in visceral, psychic agony as the rhythmic scar in their brains was violently overwritten by the new, overwhelming frequency. The entire population of Iliamna collapsed instantaneously, falling into a deeper, more absolute state of stasis than the first. Their minds had surrendered completely, their faces smooth and empty, stripped of the last vestiges of resistance and the traumatic memory of the shadow and the light. But the protocol was designed for scale. This time, the immense power required for the synchronized memory wipe breached the classified containment protocols and spilled into the surrounding environment. Micro-hook. The dream was so powerful, the entire world outside the walls was now forced to share it. Outsiders fell asleep too. In the control room of the Anchorage facility, the medical staff, the doctors, nurses, and technicians who had worked tirelessly under the official lie, suddenly collapsed where they stood. Dr. Chen, who had helped Sharma expose the ELF hum, was analyzing EEG data. His face hit the keyboard, his hands frozen mid-motion. The entire security detail, the civilian administrators, and the catering staff all fell silent. Outside the facility, the effect was localized but terrifyingly real. A maintenance crew working nearby on a city utility line slumped over their equipment. A late-night delivery driver collapsed over his steering wheel. The psychological undercurrent was brutally revealed. The ultimate power of Project Stasis was its indiscriminate, totalizing nature. The weapon did not differentiate between the target population and the unwitting witness. It simply enforced optimal psychological economy on everyone within its reach. This was the core flaw the Warden Committee had initially attempted to mitigate, and the ultimate victory of the technology. Absolute, unmonitored control. The second sleep lasted exactly 24 hours, a precise, calculated duration necessary to stabilize the new, deeper rhythmic pulse and allow the external energy surge to dissipate. When the outsiders awoke, they experienced the same disorientation as the Iliamna residents, but with a crucial difference: their minds, which had only been exposed to the chaotic initial sleep, were violently wiped clean of the memory of the preceding 24 hours. They had no memory of the sleepers' awakening, the chaotic energy surge, or their own sudden collapse. They simply woke up believing they had suffered a collective, localized mass fainting spell. The system had proven its ability to erase witness memory on demand. The government team, the Watchers, who had been safely situated deep within the granite shielding of the subterranean mountain hub, quickly moved in. This time there was no need for elaborate camouflage. They simply walked into the silent hospital, removed their own staff who had experienced the memory wipe, and reinforced the official narrative. The Iliamna residents, now in absolute stasis, were loaded onto a dedicated, unmarked train. The rhythmic clack, clack, clack of the rails carrying the silent population toward the permanent classified medical storage facility hinted at, in the earlier narrative, microhook. The silence wasn't the goal. The silence was the proof that the new, better lie was working. Dr. Sharma, however, was not present for the second sleep. She was safely sealed in the flooded vent, her mind preserved by the isolation and the dampening influence of the subterranean granite. She awoke to the sound of the master clock's stable, new rhythm, feeling the psychological pressure return, a profound, cold certainty that the conspiracy had won its operational victory. But Sharma carried the most important secret: the coded location of the permanent storage facility, the final resting place of the sleepers. This location was the true prize the Warden Committee had protected. As the final train carriage, sealed and silent, pulled away from the regional rail yard, carrying the frozen population into the deep night. The rhythmic clacking of the wheels seemed to take up the beat of the master clock, a sound of inevitable, rhythmic motion leading to a final permanent silence, where the only witness would be the faint trace of magnetic tape buried in a random box, waiting to be rediscovered decades later. The chaos had subsided. The second sleep enforced, and the government team had vanished, leaving behind only the cold residue of a perfect lie. Dr. Anya Sharma, sealed within the subterranean vent and narrowly escaping the final purge, knew the entire official record was now scrubbed. Yet, one piece of archaic technology survived the systematic erasure, offering a raw, unfiltered window into the conspiracy's first, frantic moments. The tape recorder hiss. This was the reel-to-reel tape from Sheriff Carter's station, the device that kept recording after he collapsed, preserving the 3 chaotic minutes between the moment the entire town fell silent and the instant the containment message cut in. Though the original was confiscated, a heavily corrupted, low-fidelity digital copy, made by Silas Rourke just before his capture, was now recovered by an independent, unnamed journalist investigating the massive regional seismic anomaly. The audio was dense, thick with static and the white noise of dead air, the familiar tape recorder hiss that masked all distant sound. But beneath the noise, the human element of the disaster remained, raw and immediate. Micro-hook. The noise was the government's lie. The silence underneath was the true story. The recording began with the sheriff's voice, rough and controlled, detailing the impossible scene of the frozen coffee cups and the sleeping populace. The tone was professional, a man attempting to catalog a phenomenon that defied his experience. Then came the faint breathing, Carter's ragged, shallow gasps as the psychological pressure of the air that buzzed began to take hold. The sound was not of physical exertion, but of neurological surrender, the body fighting the inevitable command. The audio engineer who recovered the file, working in a cold, secluded studio hundreds of miles from the Alaskan control hub, focused entirely on filtering the static. The goal was to isolate the anomalies, the sounds that should not be present in a closed, silent room. First, the engineer successfully isolated the gravelly, synthesized voice. Containment is initiated. This sound had been the trigger for the entire cover-up, the undeniable proof of the conspiracy's pre-knowledge. The engineer noted the unnerving lack of human inflection in the voice, confirming Dr. Thorne's conclusion that the message was a pre-recorded, automated burst of code. But as the engineer filtered the audio deeper, aiming to capture the sheriff's final, truncated word before the mic dropped, a new, far more disturbing sound emerged from the deep background, a rhythmic tapping. Micro-hook. The entire town was held captive by a sound the sheriff's tape recorded by accident. The tapping was slow, deliberate, and perfectly uniform. It was the thud, 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 thud of the master metronome, the acoustic signature of the Project Stasis clockwork, the sound of something counting seconds. It was not a sound that could travel hundreds of miles through the air. It had traveled through the earth, vibrating up through the very foundation of the sheriff's station and recorded as a subtle, ambient hum. The presence of the tapping on the raw audio was the final, devastating piece of evidence. It proved that the rhythmic mechanism was active and operational before the entire town fell asleep. The sleep was not the onset of the event. It was the culmination of the rhythm's work. The psychological undercurrent of the recording was the chilling realization that the townspeople's final minutes were not chaotic. They were structured, accompanied by a cold, relentless metronome marking their silent surrender. The tapping was the sound of absolute mechanical inevitability. The engineer, reviewing the precise timing, discovered that the tapping began exactly 10 seconds before the sheriff's voice faltered. This 10-second window was the period of final crushing neurological synchronization, the moment the rhythmic beat overwhelmed the last vestiges of human will. Then came the second anomaly, immediately following the rhythmic tapping. A sudden high-pitched clicking sound so rapid it was almost a hiss. It was too high frequency to be part of the master clock. Sharma's hypothesis, formed in the subterranean hub, was confirmed. The clicking was the unseen surveillance, the rhythmic sound of camera shutters activating, recording the exact moment of the collective surrender. The Warden Committee had archived the aesthetic climax of their experiment, validating the horrifying still life of the frozen coffee cups. The tape recorder had unintentionally captured the sound of the ultimate, final watchfulness microhook. The rhythmic tapping put them to sleep, but the clicking was the proof that someone stayed awake to watch them fall. The final segment of the tape, just before the microphone clacked onto the floor, held the most poignant human element, the faint, muffled sound of a chair scraping and a small, quick intake of breath. Not the sheriff's. The engineer theorized it was a transient sound from the adjoining room, perhaps a staff member briefly attempting to resist the overwhelming psychological pressure before succumbing to the rhythm. It was a fleeting final moment of unrecorded rebellion against the systematic, silent control. The recovered audio tape was immediately flagged by the independent journalist. The combination of the rhythmic count, the surveillance clicking, and the government's auto-triggered containment message was irrefutable. The lie of the carbon monoxide was now shattered by a single fragile piece of magnetic tape. The psychological undercurrent now shifts to the public domain. How would society react to the discovery that the U.S. government had a weapon capable of silencing an entire community, and that the evidence was buried beneath the hiss of static? The truth was no longer a theory. It was a rhythmic, recorded fact. Retention bridge, ending transition. The journalist knew the tape was too dangerous to publish immediately. It would simply be seized and classified. He transcribed the full audio, paying close attention to the final rhythmic tapping sequence. He realized the pitch of the tapping held a subtle, mathematical anomaly, a pattern that corresponded not to time, but to a geographical coordinate, leading directly to the location of the town hall files missing. The passing of time in Iliamna was a strange, muted affair, characterized by the absence of historical friction. The population had returned, their minds wiped clean of the traumatic memory of the second sleep, their lives anchored to the official safe lie of carbon monoxide. But beneath the surface of their quiet conformity, the rhythmic scar remained, a subtle, generalized paranoia that made them distrust the clock, the archives, and their own immediate past. Years later, the silence of the town was being meticulously reinforced by the Warden Committee. The physical evidence was gone, the witnesses silenced, and the sleepers stored in a secret facility. The final stage of the conspiracy required the complete historical nullification of the Iliamna event. This process culminated in the title of the final, bureaucratic horror, the town hall files missing. The catalyst was a quiet, routine event, a state-level municipal audit conducted by a lone methodical auditor, Mr. Leonard Vance, an employee chosen precisely for his lack of imagination and his adherence to protocol. Vance was the academic brother of Dr. Alistair Vance, the lead scientist of Project Stasis, though neither man knew the other's role in the conspiracy. Leonard's purpose was to simply certify that the records were present and in order. Microhook. The biggest secrets are often buried inside the most boring paperwork. Leonard arrived in Iliamna on a cold, gray morning, his briefcase heavy with checklists and regulations. The air in the town hall smelled of old paper, cold coffee, and the faint, persistent scent of chlorine, a lingering residue of the military's deep clean after the government team disappeared. He began the methodical task of reviewing the town's records, birth certificates, property deeds, tax receipts, and municipal meeting minutes. The records spanned decades, bound in thick, leather-backed ledgers stored in a secure, climate-controlled vault. Everything was in order, until he reached the period surrounding the initial sleep event. He found the general ledger for the year of the incident present, but strangely light. The expected paperwork detailing the emergency services, the temporary closure of the school, and the medical transports was entirely absent. There were no receipts for the specialized medical teams, no logs of the military presence, and no copies of the sheriff's final report. The pages were not torn out. They were missing. They had been removed with surgical precision, leaving clean, empty space in the historical chronology. The dates surrounding the 9 days of stasis were recorded only by a single, handwritten note: Regional Health Event, per State Order Number 17B. This was the final, official lie of the Warden Committee. The event was not denied. It was nullified into a bureaucratic footnote. The 9 days of silence were not just lost. They were professionally erased from the ledger. Leonard Vance, the methodical auditor, felt a peculiar sense of temporal disorientation looking at the missing pages. His mind expected continuity, but the archive presented a sudden, unexplained void. He dismissed it initially as a simple organizational error, but the psychological effect was unsettling. It felt as if the town itself had undergone a brief, spontaneous historical amnesia. He requested the original police logs from the sheriff's station, now officially operating under a new, interim sheriff. The logs were delivered, clean, typewritten, and meticulous. They contained no record of the sheriff's last transmission, no mention of the radio silence, and no documentation of the massive military intervention. They confirmed the official narrative of a routine health crisis that had been resolved quickly and quietly. The psychological undercurrent of this missing documentation was profound. The Warden Committee understood that memory is built on consensus and material evidence. By removing the town's official paper trail, they were removing the external anchor for the population's suppressed trauma. The town hall files missing were not just gone. They were psychological dampeners, ensuring that any surfacing collective memory would lack the necessary material proof to challenge the official lie. Leonard Vance became mildly obsessed with the missing files. His auditor's mind demanded complete accountability. He began discreetly cross-referencing the state budget disbursements, the flow of money with the physical records. He found a massive, unexplained discrepancy in the emergency expenditure reports for the region, funneled through the Department of Energy, the same department linked to the subterranean hub. The money had paid for the government team, the military transports, the specialized equipment, and the final storage of the sleeping population. But the money led only to a dead-end shell corporation, the Optimum Stability Trust. He knew he was looking at a cover-up, but he lacked the narrative to connect the paper void to the chilling reality of the rhythmic tapping and the identical dreams. Microhook. The proof was not in the files that remained, but in the millions of dollars that vanished. Leonard's meticulous search led him to the town hall vault one final time. He was checking the records for the oldest buildings, looking for a construction permit that might reveal a buried utility line or an unrecorded access tunnel. He found the file for the sheriff's station, the original structure built in the year 1960s. Attached to the brittle, yellowed blueprint was a single, non-official schematic drawn in thick pencil, detailing a subtle structural flaw in the foundation, a small, unnecessary crawl space running beneath the communications room. This was the exact location where Dr. Thorne had hidden his final archive. Leonard, driven by the professional obsession of the auditor, traveled to the sheriff's station. He found the crawl space easily accessible due to the age of the building. He saw the faint, almost invisible seam in the vapor barrier that Thorne had surgically resealed. Using a pocket knife, he carefully sliced open the seam. Inside the cold, dusty cavity, he found the final, authentic material evidence of the conspiracy. The not cold note, the size 0 EEG data documenting the rhythmic brain pattern, and the photographs of the children's circle of lights drawings. The psychological impact on Leonard Vance was immediate and overwhelming. He was confronted not with financial fraud, but with absolute historical betrayal. The rhythmic EEG pattern spoke to the terrifying reality of his brother's scientific ambition. The children's drawings spoke to the profound trauma the conspiracy had inflicted. He sat in the dusty crawl space, the paper in his hands, realizing that the town hall files missing was merely the final, bureaucratic closure of a massive, systematic attempt to erase the free will of an entire community. Retention bridge, ending transition. Leonard knew the evidence was too dangerous to be filed in the municipal records. He took the documents and sealed the cavity, restoring the perfect official lie. He left Iliamna immediately, abandoning his audit and his career, driven by the need to find a way to disseminate the truth. But as he drove away from the silent town, he heard, deep in the absolute quiet of the Alaskan interior, the distant, faint, rhythmic thud-thud-thud of the master metronome, counting the seconds of his new, terrifying knowledge, leading him directly to the final, unsettling discovery of the dream everyone drew. Years had passed since the town hall files missing closed the official chapter on Iliamna. The town had settled into a quiet, almost unnerving state of manufactured normalcy, their collective memories surgically excised by the second sleep. Yet, the trauma remained buried, a persistent rhythmic scar deep within the subconscious mind, waiting for a medium through which to communicate the hidden truth. That medium was art, and that truth was encapsulated in the dream everyone drew. Leonard Vance, the rogue auditor who had discovered Dr. Thorne's final archive, was now living in quiet exile, consumed by the moral weight of the conspiracy. He carried the evidence, the rhythmic EEG data and the photos of the children's earliest drawings, but lacked the public voice to articulate the horror without being dismissed as paranoid. He recognized that the official lie was impervious to paper. It could only be broken by a universal psychological truth. He returned secretly to the Iliamna schoolhouse, the place where the initial, mass psychological surrender of the children had occurred. The air inside the quiet classroom smelled of chalk dust and old paper, the room now filled with a new generation of children, ostensibly untainted by the Project Stasis experiment. Microhook. The only record that could not be classified was the one drawn by a child. Vance accessed the elementary school art archives, ostensibly for a historical survey. He meticulously reviewed years of work from the students of Iliamna, spanning the period immediately after the town's restabilization. The findings were not random. They were chillingly uniform, across grade levels and decades. Without external prompting or shared instruction, the children's artistic expressions converged on a single, shared image, a circle of lights over a frozen lake. The drawings were simple, crude, often executed in thick crayon or charcoal, yet the core visual structure was undeniable. A vast black expanse of ice, a dark mountainous horizon, and at the precise center of the composition, a large glowing geometric circle, surrounded by smaller radiating points of light. This was the visual memory of the geological anchor being activated, the precise image that had preceded the total psychological surrender. Vance found dozens of these drawings, all signed by different children, spanning multiple years. The consistency was statistically impossible in any normal environment. The images were not representations of a shared cultural motif, but a direct, visual transcription of a shared traumatic memory that had been implanted, or at least witnessed, during the deep stasis of the first sleep. The psychological undercurrent was the horrific realization that the rhythmic tapping had done more than just stabilize the populace. It had installed a collective shared screensaver in their subconscious minds. The children, whose minds were the most vulnerable to the sonic pressure, had retained the clearest, most visceral memory of the mechanism of their captivity. The drawings were their minds screaming the secret in the only language that defied the official files. Microhook. They couldn't remember the fear, but they kept drawing the machine that took it away. Vance cross-referenced the drawings with the rhythmic EEG data recovered from the sheriff's station archive. He noted that the pattern of the lights, in the drawings, the central circle surrounded by the smaller pulses, mathematically corresponded to the precise modulation and frequency shift of the ELF wave when the anchor was fully energized. The children had drawn the physics of their imprisonment. He understood that the Warden Committee had successfully erased the narrative of the conspiracy, but they had failed to erase the pure sensory input of the event. The drawings were the final, irrefutable proof that the carbon monoxide lie was a fabrication. The deepest, most unsettling part of the analysis involved the emotional component. None of the children, when questioned about their drawings, could articulate where the image came from. They simply stated with unnerving uniformity, "It's just what I see when I close my eyes," or "It feels like a true place." The tone was always one of deep, unsettling reverence, as if the circle of lights was a sacred, powerful, and utterly dominant icon. This suggested that the identical dream had been so powerfully imprinted that the children viewed the image of their captor as a fundamental truth of their existence, a symbol of ultimate, necessary control. The psychological restructuring of Project Stasis had been a profound success. Microhook. The trauma became their religion. The image of their silent captor became their sacred symbol. Vance collected dozens of the drawings, photographing them meticulously. He planned to use this evidence, the unwitting artistic testimony, to finally break through the national silence. He realized the visual evidence created by innocent hands would pierce the public conscience in a way that dry EEG data and coded cipher notes could never achieve. His path was clear. He had to find the independent journalist who had previously worked with Silas Rourke, the only person who might connect the children's drawings to the tape recorder hiss and the geological talisman. He left Iliamna for the last time, carrying the heavy weight of the shared subconscious truth. He drove south, the memory of the children's quiet, haunted eyes and the pervasive rhythmic beauty of their drawings fixed in his mind. He knew he was now carrying the final unkillable element of the conspiracy, the pure artistic proof of human vulnerability under silent, calculated control. Retention bridge, ending transition. As he drove away, Leonard Vance felt a new, frightening sensation, a subtle, persistent low hum deep in his chest. He reached for his notepad and instinctively began to sketch, not the financial ledgers he was trained on, but a single crude circle over a black horizon. The rhythmic scar of the conspiracy, carried by the LF waves still vibrating the earth, had finally found its way into his own mind, confirming that the story was not ending, but merely expanding to its final, frightening conclusion. The entire continent was settling in for the second sleep. The passing of time is usually measured in decay and change, but in Iliamna, the decades were marked by a profound stasis. The town settled into its official narrative, the citizens living quiet lives, their psychological landscape subtly flattened by the enforced second sleep. The dream. Everyone drew, the circle of lights, faded from the consciousness of the children, but the underlying rhythmic scar remained, a low, persistent dread that made them fear sudden, unexplained silence. Years turned into decades. The conspiracy, the Warden Committee, believed it had achieved absolute historical nullification. All witnesses were silenced or discredited. All files were missing. The only remaining physical trace of Project Stasis lay deep within the earth, the master metronome quietly counting its permanent measure. Then, the cold, quiet truth of the earth began its slow, deliberate effort to betray the secret. Microhook. The conspiracy was safe from men, but not from the slow, relentless movement of the snow. The catalyst was a retired satellite photo analyst working for a private, non-governmental firm that specialized in long-term geographical surveys of the Arctic. His name was Mr. Daniel Keller. His job required him to look not for signs of life, but for anomalies in the texture of the landscape. The minute changes in elevation, the subtle shifting of ice, the patterns of light reflecting off the permafrost. Keller was reviewing high-resolution, low-angle atmospheric images of the Iliamna region, taken during a fresh light snowfall in late November. The atmospheric conditions were perfect. The angle of the winter sun cast long, subtle shadows that highlighted any variation in the ground cover. He was looking for evidence of geological instability, but he found instead a profound, deliberate order. Beneath the thin, recent layer of fresh white powder, Keller spotted something that defied natural formation: faint geometric patterns. These were not the random, sweeping curves of wind-driven snow. They were rigid, interlocking lines, forming precise squares, triangles, and vast, incomprehensible networks that covered the entire footprint of the town and extended out toward the frozen lake. The patterns were too exact, too deliberate, to be anything but manufactured. They were the subtle topographical scars left by the acoustic dampeners that the government team had installed just beneath the topsoil after Rourke's interference. A temporary, physical grid designed to stabilize the elf rhythm during the second sleep, then quietly abandoned. The annual cycle of thawing and freezing had subtly etched the imprint of those buried cables into the geological structure. Microhook. The town wasn't just built on a lie. It was surrounded by a secret, invisible fence. The discovery immediately confirmed the paranoia of the vanished witnesses. The faint lines proved that the town had been marked, designated not as a community but as a permanent closed laboratory. The boundaries of Iliamna were not defined by municipal law but by geometric necessity. Keller, a man whose life was built on logical deduction, felt a chill that transcended the technical anomaly. He began cross-referencing the faint geometric lines with the oldest available geological surveys. He found nothing that corresponded. These lines were a topological lie, a layer of forbidden geometry imposed upon the planet's surface. He realized the psychological undercurrent of the markings was absolute containment. Even years later, the land itself was still enforcing the parameters of the psychological experiment. The faint, silent lines were the ghost of the government team's most successful deception. Keller spent weeks trying to understand the patterns. He saw in the geometry the complex language of resonance and control. He recognized one specific central pattern, a double-ringed square that seemed to act as the focal point, located precisely beneath the town hall. This confirmed the town center was the intended heart of the local ELF broadcast. He knew the discovery was too dangerous for official channels. The fate of Silas Rourke, Dr. Thorne, and the disappearance of the town hall files served as an internal warning. Keller chose the path of the rogue auditor, Leonard Vance, who had also disappeared into the truth. He tracked down the independent journalist who had previously handled the fragmented tape recorder Hiss Audio. Keller sent the satellite images anonymously, labeling the file simply Iliamna boundary marker. The journalist, who had spent decades waiting for the final piece of material proof to validate the rhythmic tapping on the tape, was devastated by the discovery. The faint lines in the snow were the visual proof of the ultimate conspiracy, the methodical, systematic control of the American populace. Micro-hook. They couldn't contain the truth, so they contained the town. The journalist never published the images. The power of the Warden Committee, now operating as a deep state intelligence agency, was still too great. Within days of the anonymous transmission, Keller's private data was silently corrupted, his original images replaced with standard aerial photographs showing only undisturbed snow. Keller's office was quietly audited, his professional life placed under the meticulous pressure of procedural surveillance. He survived, but he was silenced, forced into a permanent, psychological surrender. The secret was contained once more, but the knowledge had been passed. The final, soft tragedy lies in the fact that the rhythmic tapping, the sound of something counting seconds, continues, now stable and ambient, undetectable by human ears but still vibrating the deep Alaskan permafrost. The ultimate victory of Project Stasis was the normalization of the rhythmic pressure. The sleeping population of Iliamna remains in the classified storage facility, maintained by the rhythmic ELF pulse, their lives preserved in a state of optimal psychological economy, a final monument to the belief that silence is superior to chaotic freedom. Retention bridge, ending transition. Decades later, the fresh snow falls again over Iliamna, softly concealing the geometric patterns beneath the earth. The rhythm continues its count, a silent, perpetual metronome enforcing the quiet. And though the files are gone and the satellite images suppressed, the only unkillable truth remains the subtle, nagging feeling felt by every American who studies the quiet towns of the North, the sense that nothing truly ended here. The pause button was simply repressed on a massive, terrifying secret that is still waiting for the day the rhythm finally stops.